Yay! Thank you, technical people, for solving it. Cool. So my name is Paloma, and I am here because I want to share some thoughts with you. It's a big hypothesis, huge hypothesis I'm throwing in the world, and I'm throwing that in a shape of a book. It's being published for a press, hopefully printed in December or January. Yeah, but it's done, review, so it's gonna happen. But it is a hypothesis that we can improve open source diversity, yay, through standards, which we know very well. So that's the idea. Just to introduce myself quite briefly, I am Paloma Oliveira. I come from Brazil, had a period of time in Mexico, have been in Germany for a little while now, and that gave me a really broad perspective of what open source is, because I've been involved in open source community since 2009, producing open source conference in Brazil. And since there, you know, you leave it. As soon as the collaboration bug is in you, you can never be the same again. You're infected forever, and that changed my life. Voila. Cool. And nowadays, I work at a sovereign tech agency, which I will talk a little bit later, and I hope we can connect through that as well. And I will ask you to do something for me, because it's cool to have feedback. And I will, in some moments, I will specifically ask you some questions, and just to understand how you think about it, I would like to ask you to express yourself. And it's kind of a B. Do you know when you are in like a kids' school and you want to annoy the teacher and you do those noises no one knows how come from? So it comes from that idea that you can be quite anonymous, but you still do your opinion. And if you agree with that, you do something like a hmm. If you don't agree, like a hmm. And my first question to try that out is, open source is, and I will tell you a bit of phrases, and I want you to hear your voices. So, open source is a code I can share. Open source is free, and therefore I should not pay for it. And I'm using open source here, just a big shout out, just to, warning, I'm just not writing free and open source software for being brief, but that's more what I come from, politically speaking. But open source is a community. Open source is an ecosystem that open source is an ecosystem that is made both by the people and the technical part. What if I tell you that for me, open source is a possible tool against asymmetry? Okay, good, thank you. Well, this is the book. Cover may not be this, but that's the cover option that I love the most, made by Mateus, that is here with us today. So big shout out, because I love this cover. But the name of it is Diversifying Open Source. I have to read it because I never remember. An Open Standards Playbook for Inclusive and Equitable Tech Projects. And the whole hypothesis around that is that we can change the spectrum of open source to become an actual tool against asymmetry by gently enforcing standards. I'm aware of the contradiction of that. And that's the hypothesis of the book, and it's constituted by a part of big awareness that I will talk very briefly about for you today, what it is about, and a part that is an actual manual that you can copy and paste it, and whether you understand it or not, it will still improve your project. And for this technical part, on Tuesday, I'm giving a workshop here where you can sit down with me. I'll be available for us to sit down and immediately apply that to your project. It's not magic, but there's a few best practices that can add it to your project that, yeah, it can improve tones. So I will be here, but I'll also leave you a mail. We can always schedule a call and do that online if you prefer, but just saying that the technical part, I will do it on Tuesday. And so for me, it always starts with this understanding, because we say we may agree that open source is, I think we agree, that is a tool against asymmetry, and it's based on community for most of the people. It's not just a technical part. However, I could only, although I'm contributing to open source in 2009, I could only feel like I really could be part of it when I committed code to it, which was 10 years after that. And that is so sad. We tend to felt like we're not part of it if we're not technical enough, we don't keep up with this technology, and that is one of the problems. But for us to break that, we first need to agree, or not, but I just want to state that technology is, and then I'll ask you to see your reaction, technology is neutral. It's just technology. I will, from my perspective, technology shape things, shape our thoughts, shape how we do things, our communities, and the power structure we live under. And most of the time, identities as well. So I will give you this example. And this is one of my favorite articles, super easy to find online, from someone called Langdon Wiener. Oh, I forgot the name of the article, but it's very easy to find. And the big example is like a bridge. If you build a bridge, that is a very low bridge, that was a real case, and in that bridge, only Porsches, or like, I don't know, cool cars, because I don't have even a driver license, but like a super low cars can go through, you will only allow a certain type of people to get into a place. If you rely on public transport, and you rely on a bus to get to this place, you will be immediately not able to go to this place. That means you will create a bubble or an island where only people like you with your Porsche will be able to get in. And it's just a bridge. It's technical. It's super technical. It's a bridge. There's a measure, there's engineers on it, you have the tones, you have all the technical specs. It's just a bridge. Is it just a bridge? That was not even big. It's all the decisions that comes to build this bridge. And so part of this understanding how that affects open source directly, there's a lot of other myths that it's super hard to deconstruct because they are just embedded on the way we do things that I think is important to touch upon, and that may be a bit hurtful. I'm sorry about that, but it hurted in me too. But I do believe that is when we feel those punch on our stomach, it's that we really feel it may be a possible change. And I would touch into 2 points. One is being invisible by default, and the second is on meritocracy. And because those questions will lead to the question, we're open, but open to who? Maybe using the wrong thing, and that's the main question. And, well, I may be going way too fast. I will read because I really like the phrase. When the world is designed around the average man or around an average body, women become invisible. And I'm using woman here because that's based on a book called Invisible Woman. But that's the hypothesis of the book. And all the technology that we use that's supposed to make our lives better, to improve our health, to improve our mobility, instead of being the technology that help us, usually ended up becoming a technology that harms someone and becomes another tool of oppression. And when you think, okay, yeah, but what does open source has to do with that? Well, if you design your standards, your governance, and they are only reflecting the people who are in the room, and we know how those rooms usually look like, you may be really quietly and inadvertently building a whole system that is not meant to be open to everyone. And this is one of the examples to make this a little bit more concrete that Carolina Criado Perez uses in her book. It's a great book called Invisible Woman, and she uses data, which is a very pragmatic approach nowadays, like the law, to comprehend the world. She goes through medicine, through many layers where this assumption falls under. But the public transport, I found it very interesting example. That is, usually you think about public transport, yeah, I go home to work and I come back home. But that's usually not true if you're a caretaker. You have to stop and maybe take care of your parent, or you have to go to get groceries and all other things that you have to do in life, that you have to do multiple stops. If your bus system is not designed, not just bus, but if your public transport is not designed for you to go around, it is an issue. And that was based on, if I remember correctly, was an example from Buenos Aires, that they solved a lot of the issues. They didn't depend on the train, but the mayor, there was a woman, started understanding those necessities and creating different routes that would go inside of the neighborhoods. And that solved immensely most of those issues. And when we think about open source, and I put that in patterns, which patterns are we doing that we're just like, well, but it's obvious, we need to go from here to here, is just a technical decision. I would urge us to step back and think, is that a pattern that really is designed, that is non-linear, that can accept, which are those patterns? And this is the other example of if you think of your contributor pathway or your maintainer pathway, that is the one that is fully dedicated, or the classic, that is a little bit of an archetype in open source, that is someone that is so passionate, so fully passionate, that spends the weekends, the after hours, and is exhausted and burned out doing code without considering this person may have other necessities or two jobs sometimes. You make that a tremendous barrier. The other one is when we talk about meritocracy, and that is a huge embedded in technology. And in the book, this gloss said very thoroughly, but most of it I took from another great book from Georgina Voss called System Ultra. It has been launched, I think, this or last year, and she tells the whole story from how the technology we use today come from cybernetics to Silicon Valley to today, which is super embedded the idea of meritocracy. And there's a very interesting man called Daniel Markovits, which is a lawyer, North American lawyer. He writes this book called The Meritocracy Trap, and he says that the trap in here is that the technology pretends to reward a talent, but without considering what makes this talent possible to become a talent. But when you start to look inside it, you will see how many privileges or how many circumstances led to this talent to become a talent. And open source, it's not different than that. We mostly say, well, this person is amazing, super rewarded, do everything. Burnout is also usually a very big coin of prestige. But if we don't start to question how we are rewarding or how we are understanding this merit, we're just creating more and more inequalities. And thinking it's fair because we use terms like fair license or open, which are embedded in beautiful words that when you see it, it's not actually that. And what Merkovits says is that we're creating a new aristocracy. And I'll try to keep up with that example, because when I read that, I think we were climbing, and I was just like, oh, I have to take a note of that because that's so brilliant. I have never thought about that. It was one of those punches on the stomach. How privileged we all are that inside of this room, because we have at least access to a second language. To most of us, I don't believe English is the first language. We have access to technology, to a computer, to the knowledge to have this computer. It's a bunch of privilege that most of people do not have. And what we create with that is that if you don't have this bare minimum, you create an elite that has a lot of education, if you have this elite, you're creating new jobs that is based on these new technologies, and AI is here to prove today that only if you have access to the best knowledge, you will create another type of job, and that job will create very big salaries and put you way behind, and it's creating a huge gap on our society. But then you look to this person at the top and you say, no, it's super demerit. They were working 8 hours a day, making the day 3, and super genius, brilliant. Is it that we are actually baking as a society? And that creates this closed loop that one will push to the other, the new technology, the new talent, but what happened with the ones that have been left behind? And now, just because it was a bit too heavy and really like undigest for a Sunday morning, I thought it would be good to also say, how can we change that? And I will give like 3 examples that how can we start shifting that when we really embed this understanding, this conscious about it. And one of these is valuable sensitive design that by design help us create technologies with moral imagination. It is a very interesting, I will go to that. The other one is asking who's in the room and what to do with that. And the other question is who is in the room but doing what? And most important question, if you have to take anything from it, anything from this talk today, is having this question in mind. Who is being affected for this tool I'm producing? Who is being directed, affected by it? The end one that we use it. And this is a call for us to be more open by design. So instead of from the design of the conscious of the technology we're using, having some tools that help us design everything with this purpose. Here I will quote the valuable sensitive design, but there's other people. There's a bunch of new, has everyone here ever get in contact, done a workshop, or know the people from the open design? They have been in a few conferences more and more, and they're designers that are directly contributing to open source by helping to ask those questions. And that can go from developer tools to CLIs to whatever. They do the design work, but not the design as a beautiful thing to be on the screen, but what is behind this tool and why is it needed or not. They are great, so I heavily encourage you to look for it and to try to get some of those as volunteers on your projects and what you do. And value-sensitive design, they have, it's all online and it's gratis, so you can just download it. They have a kit that helps you when you're asking those questions, redesign what you're doing. And I took a class in a school that I love in Berlin called School of Machines Believe and Make Believe, and they were trying to change how we perceive data using this methodology. This is how I got in touch with. And we use this toolkit, and I try to apply that to my work. And the most value, it's not magic nor anything, but they have this toolkit with cards that helps you ask those questions. Who is being affected? And this is super hard, because often we're so enclosed. For example, if you would think about open source stakeholders, who would you, I will ask you to shout stakeholders that you think those are involved in this project. Who would you quote? Maybe the developer. Who else? Huh? Who else? Translators? Design? Huh? QA? The phone? Who else? Bug reporters? Packages? Users? Something else? Documenters? Documentators. Translators? Would you ever think about the forest about the servers, how maybe they are being directly affected by the usage of energy. Thank you. What else? Like when we start to really broaden, like a direct and indirect stakeholders, we can go anything else, because I'm interested in how further we can be. This. There's tons. Thank you. Thank you everyone for your inputs. There's tons, but we often forget about the indirect ones. And doing these exercises is a pretty important thing for us to always remember the one in the point. I didn't put in this slide, but there's a person I admire a lot in open source that is Toby Lange, and he gave a talk in FOSS backstage maybe 4 years ago called priorities of constituencies. And it is based on a W3C, how they do this prioritization, and it is, for me, is a very good talk that always put the end user as the most important one to consider as a stakeholder, although we usually default to the business or the maintainer or the main key holders. Not they're not important, but how to equalize that with everyone. Cool. So this too is a toolkit. Those are cards. They help you ask questions. And in open source, when I think they can help us a lot, is embedding these tools for equity in our own standards, in our own governance model. This is a little bit of the workshop, more technical part. But just as a broader keynote general aspect I wanted to share with you. But that's the thing, how that impacting people, and I mean to more than humans nowadays. And this is all about how can we help shift the power with those gentle enforcements to make that a tool against asymmetry. So using those standards, and think about how sometimes you change one word in an invitation, and that makes you go or not at all to a party or to some place. And paying really attention in that will shape all of your projects. And I like to think that every pull request that we do, we're asking ourselves whose voices is being merged and embedded into it. And asking whose voice are we missing? Well, at this point, I'm totally lost in time because I have no watch. Oh, I have been talking for 10 minutes? No. 30? Oh, cool. Thank you. But that's not enough, right? Like, just the standards are not enough. They are part of it, and that's my hypothesis with the book, is that we can go a really long way with, but as anything that is static, that's not organic, it will be very bad in a few years from now. So we gotta have this flowing, and we gotta keep up with the questions and with the people, and understanding what people want, what more than human wants, and really creating more conscious about what it's all about. And for that, I have been thinking a lot, and that's one of the chapters that I talk about what's more than standards. And there's some interview with brilliant people, and one of those brilliant people, it's Catherine Jarmo, that was one of the funders of PyLadies. Not sure if you don't know, PyLadies is a huge group that is super autonomous. It was meant for women. Started in Los Angeles, and we basically support women to become leaders in technology spaces. And we do that through a lot of support. And Catherine, particularly admire her. She's not at PyLadies anymore, but she helped fund it and set it up, the pace, and how we're still ruled today. She nowadays has been doing these feminist AI LAN parties, which is understanding, whoa, we're in the era of AI, that everything are opaque boxes. How do we create more awareness and more education and let people understand what they are doing so they can have been more empowered by this technology? And for this, I would call spaces for liberation. And if you see this little wave from, just from when I arrived to Germany here, if you wanna, I could go further, like when in Brazil, like a 2000 beginning, there was a top-down government is taken by false activists, we're taking over, everything is gonna be Linux. Then that ran down, but then that became more business-oriented, open source. Now we're talking about maybe 2015, 20. Business, OSPOs came up, open source became more business, and then who is putting the money on it? Everyone should be part of it, so we're putting lots of money in events and meetups and stuff, and now we're also in a down where there's no money for diversity, no money for spaces, so what do? And this is now the new bet of this liberation, that we're actually free from either government and public policies, but we're more community-based, adding more education and conscious to the people, empowering the people, so from the bottom up. And because in these spaces, we can find your own voices and be more free and care. And do you remember that in the beginning of the talk, I was showing you the bridges? That's another bet or tendency of today. Is a lot of, you probably will see more than one people talking about digital sovereignty, especially in Europe. And one of the institutes or key players doing that is the company I'm very proudly part now, that's called Sovereign Tech Agency. And we take that example of the bridge and think, well, this is roads and bridges. Everyone needs, everyone use it, and you should therefore sustain and be part of the government responsibility. And what we started as a fund, so literally giving money to open source projects that are considered critical infrastructure. Now we have other projects because we understood that money is not enough. And just like the spaces of liberation, we also have to find ways for sustainability of this space. And what we're doing now is understanding, have you ever heard about that? Or that understanding of open source as critical infrastructure? Cool, good. If you have a project that you think is critical infrastructure and you need support, come talk to me, send me an email. Ahmed is also here and part of the community, can also talk to him. We would love to see how can we contribute and make this a collective and an ecosystem effort. But that's what we're doing. We're understanding it as a bridge, but also coming with those questions. A bridge for whom? Who are we? Strict, you know? And I think this is very new for the world. Sovereign Tech Agency is pioneering this specific model for the world. And I think it's up to us to direct, to define what actually this infrastructure is. If that comes together with the design of the infrastructure, so we don't forget anything by default, or whether we will maintain the power in the hands of a few, and who will be able to cross that bridge or not. And I will finish, because I think I'm a bit early, but I also want to give some space for us to talk. And I wanted to ask yourself, when you're part of a project, or when you're building your own project, which kind of world your project is making it possible, or making impossible to? And with that, I will leave you my email. Please contact me in my Mastodon, and thank you so much. Does anyone statement, questions, angriness, love debate?
I have a question. Maybe it leads to a long debate, I don't know yet. You talked about inclusion and that we are missing people contributions, maybe we are not valuing certain kind of contributions and so on. And I think that's all, you made a lot of good points, and we do need these bridges where also buses come through. I think that's pretty clear. But what I also see is that in some ways we also want to be non-inclusive. We have certain values, we have certain also people understand each other. We are like each other. I mean, if you look at the room, in some dimensions we are very diverse. In some other dimensions we are not very diverse. And in some sense, this might be also a strength, because it's kind of like-minded people with a common purpose, with common values, which get together. So my question would be, how would you suggest to balance this question? What dimensions do we want to focus on in getting more inclusive, and where do we have to make a cut and say, okay, we want to have a very high barrier to not get people who harm the project into the project, for example?
Oh, that's such a tough question. It's a brilliant and very tough question. And putting thoughts together now, think out loud. I may need to restructure that a little better. Well, first we need to acknowledge we do live in a very complicated geopolitical situation right now. And it's very extreme, and we have been led to this extreme a lot of because of technology that has been built, putting us in bubbles and filters. So we lose a little bit, it's my understanding that we lose the ability of, when I found the debate club, if anyone wants, please talk to me, because I think we lose a little bit, we have lost this ability to communicate and to disagree and grow from the disagreement. I think that's lost in humankind for a little while now. But it is truth that we go into 10 billion humans, it is too much to agree with. So scale is something that matters. But everyone has its own individuality, but there's something that matters for the common good. So this focus on what matters for the common good and who is being affected for the common good, I think is the most important. So let's take Linux desktop as an example, good example. Well, it's a desktop. Shouldn't everyone use it? And let's use people with disabilities, that I think is the most affected. Shouldn't we have by design, because this will directly affect people with disabilities, to use it? And how do we create a tool for someone with disability without these people with disability in the room to make the design decisions? And then you bring them in. So it's more about which kind of values are you focused on, who does this affect? I know it's very broad and general, not answering directly, but because in the day by day, it's like, I don't want this asshole by my side. It's just annoying. And it is, right? And then it's a little bit of a people, that's why the code of conducts and good governance models come from. And in this, when I say standard, that is about communication types for daily and process, very well structured. It's all about communication. It's all about communicating with the other. You don't need to be like me. And of course, I want people that I feel being cared and belonging to. So we have to balance this both. If someone is not caring, it's not adding to the community through the best of the goal of this project, with the best of intentions for the end, I think that's more where it comes from. Most of the communication noises could come from good trainings, good governance, and good code of conduct that is designed by the community and not just copy-paste and asking people to enforce it, because code of conduct is not enforcement. It is a common agreement of gentialities, with being gentle to one, convivialities, better word. Does it help? I don't think it gives you an answer, but it gives you a compass where not to lose focus. But indeed, we definitely do not want people that it would take us off because we're losing time, like smoke curtains nowadays. I will not be nervous with the more stupid news that I see, because that's totally taking off of my work. And if you're doing that, you're missing out the main point. So I think it's a very good tool for you to stick to the point. Didn't help at all. I would like to follow through, because I think that's a fundamental question to keep on Ratones thinking. No.
Also on the topic of being inclusive. So in KDE we have the code of conduct, we have the KDE manifesto, we have the KDE vision statement written down. I think this somewhat defines what kind of people you want to be inclusive for. So those who don't agree, well, that's probably not the right place for them. But what I actually wanted to say, there are also technical decisions which make us inclusive or not. So when I come home in the evening and see some newer dependency is required, then I think, okay, no time to take care of that one now. I'm out for 3 months. Yesterday, this was mentioned in a different context on KDE Neon Core. So if you want to stay relevant there, we shouldn't always require newest dependencies. So people who have little time to contribute, that makes it harder for them.
Yeah,
That's maybe not a question for you, but
no, I give a big shout out for that. Why we don't understand and respect, and we added that recently to our values. Like our values is, we're putting the people behind the code first. So that's why the funding exists. We don't want more the story of burning maintainers. Everyone should have dignity of work. And dignity of work is one of the topics of the book as well. This is fundamental. And fundamental for the people well-being. This is on top, more than any, I have to merge that. People should come first. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Luis, and I have a question. One word which is missing, or to my mind is missing in the subject, is the connection of the asymmetry of power situations and empathy. So whenever you have a stronger asymmetry of power between people in a certain context, real empathy between people is not possible in a real way. And I think open source, especially free software, is allowing us to have this level of empathy independent of any power relations, or at least a minimum of required power situations. So what is your position?
Boy, tough one as well. How do you force someone to be empathetic with you? Interesting. Say more. How would you enable empathy?
Would you repeat, please? Would you repeat, please?
How would you enable empathy? Is that kind of the question?
It's not about enabling empathy or realizing empathy. It's just having a space for empathy, a room for empathy, because in asymmetric power relationships, like business relationships with somebody paying for somebody for a service or a value, there's expectations and there's always a power difference. Yep. And the power difference always gives in those situations, in the last resort, even if empathy in personal relationships is possible or is there at a certain moment, it can always be completely destroyed by the power relationship. And the KDE or open source free software in general allows us to be inclusive, even or exactly because there is only a minimum required power relationship to steer the project in certain directions where it's absolutely necessary. It's like a parenting relationship where you as a mother, we are all mothers also, so raising your children is probably the best way to keep away from using your force and your power as a parent to move them in a certain direction, but allow them to be free. Ooh, yeah. So that's a point where I started in the first pictures, where you used the word asymmetry of power, and I directly came to that connection. So, but I have that out from another context. So.
Thank you. Probably we'll search for you to talk more about it, because you have another perspective that I would like to add. The way that I usually talk to people, because empathy, some people kind of roll their eyes when I say that, but I usually talk about tools that enable. So like the design process that you included, that have you step back, the governance model where maybe that could be one step. That's a great place. Like, okay, we're opening space on purpose for empathy around different perspectives. Like, for my mind think a lot about creating tools that help us do that, and that would be one of my tools, but I want to hear more from you later, more examples. Thank you.
Yeah, we have some online viewers of this talk who also have questions in the chat. And the first of two questions that have been posted there is, I'm a bit behind on the stream, but might have a question. Very interesting talk, thanks. I very much agree on the problem of equality, but should or even could this problem really be solved by the open source community? Aren't they really outside of our reach?
Ooh. The way I see it is that something that was a niche 40 years ago became an absolutely mainstream at a point that governments around the world are paying as if critical infrastructure. Therefore, it's not a niche anymore. And latest report says that 97% of all the technologies in the world is dependent directly on open source structure. And then I ask, well, if that's not power enough, who will change it? We have, I disagree. I think we do have a very huge power in our hands to shift the power structures that are around us, because we are there. 97% of all the technology that we use. And if we are shifting, my point is, like, if open source is shifting how the world is creating the technologies that mediate us from the way we perceive the world, how we communicate, how we navigate through the world, for everything, because we're mediated by software, who is in the room defining the open source decisions? And who are creating these technologies? It's us. It's up to us. That's why I think open source is on the core of all this change and this possible change. I'm very idealistic as well, but I really believe we can change.
So in these slides, you always use, like this? In these slides, you mention, you always use the word woman, right? And well, feminism and like in such movements, they have been famously inclusive only to white women and cis female people. Did you ever consider like to change, like in these slides, the conversation to talk about anyone who is not a cis white male in the open source community, like, you know, LGBTQIA+ community or people of color? Because I would argue that even more invisible than just women in open source is women of color who is part of LGBTQIA+ community, for instance. You know, I just missed that in the talk, you know, because like even the book, like Invisible Woman, you know, do they have enough data for these other groups that would help us to make the open source more inclusive, you know, to everyone?
Yeah, that is a big theme. I use women specifically to talk about the Invisible Woman book. For me, I come particularly from the critical disabilities theory, because I think the most excluded people are people with disabilities more than anyone. I didn't include because I didn't talk about specific identities. I just talk about the huge, for me it's about the huge, but thank you for the big shout out that I should specifically and very big, make sure that in the slides and in my voice I would include not just women, although I'm just making just for one book. In my book itself, I do go through several different communities. Touching identities is, we're going through PyLadies. I can give you the example of PyLadies. We changed our code of conduct to include women and non-binary. I don't think that's enough, honestly. I think framing that, I don't know how to frame it in the best way. We keep on changing. Because open to all is not that it. If we open to all, and to your point, in PyLadies specific, that is a community that is trying to historically reparate a lack of diversity in tech. It is an issue. Now we have our own issue, so it's like this power within power. We're mainly white woman, and we're like, how do we address that? And this is why I like Catherine so much, because when she talks about the spaces of liberation, it is understanding the diversity, is understanding where you are and the group users that you're the end users, the more fragile point, how they are represented. And that's a bit of cartography, like, okay, I'm mapping who is there. And then asking yourself back, looking to your decision table and seeing, am I accurately representing the end users and the place I'm at? And making space for others to be actual decision leaders, to shape that space, not just to give them a little chair where they will replicate what you do. Giving them the space and the tools and the power to make the decisions they need. And I'm not touching specific identities here because we need to include several different ones, but acknowledging that now, at least at PyLadies Berlin, we're working on having more Black women, Turkish women, because there's a big representation. We do have one Turkish woman, but at the same time, it should not be a token. We cannot do that as a tokenism. And that's why I'm trying to tackle more in the tools and the governance and how we understand that we need this type of representation than being through this token option and saying, now we need more women in this chair to do exactly what we do represented. And I'm sorry I didn't add it in the slide and be more specific about that, and thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you very much, Paloma. We will now have a coffee break upstairs, so you can all get your caffeine for getting wake up. And at 11:25, we will have a talk here about handling negative feedback by Excelli and about CPP check in room 2. Welcome to the next talk. Axeli will tell us about how to handle negative feedback.
Hi, yes. Today we are handling negative feedback. So first of all, who am I? I'm Akseli Lahtinen from the land of Finns, and I work at Tech Paladin Software. I also work at Blue Systems, so if anybody still is there, hi. I've been KDE contributor since 2021 around that time, and I also do hobby game dev. So I have gotten negative feedback from both game dev and KDE, so I have some experience. Today we go over some of the controversial contributions that have taught me something about this kind of feedback, what kind of negative feedback I've gotten, and how I handle it or didn't handle it. Then also harassment, because yes, that's a thing, and what I've encountered and how to handle that. But it's all not so bad in the end. There's some positive things. So, first of all, the controversial contributions. I made a bunch of visual changes, and visual changes are the most, visible, so people get angry when one pixel moves to the left. So I did window border outlines, so if you have two dark windows on top of each other, you can actually differentiate between them. I did a new Dolphin status bar, which some hate, some love. Then I modified the KIO, the URL bar that shows in Dolphin, to have the background, so it's easier to understand that, hey, you can actually click it. Actually, many people didn't know that. And then I rounded the corners in everything. And I got out a lot of negative feedback from these. Some positives, of course, but mostly angry people. So the negative feedback types I encountered, negative feedback can be polite or impolite. So if you get polite in negative feedback, that's usually like fine. Like polite is the easiest to handle. For example, there's this, hi, this bug has been rather disruptive. I hope to see it fixed soon. These kind of messages are usual with crashes, like they just want things to work, and so do we. So in definition, it's negative feedback because it's about a thing that doesn't work, but when it's polite, it makes me want to fix it fast. Then there's the impolite thing. You just want to ignore it. One of these types is, hi, why is this bug not fixed? You are stupid lazy. And you get that a lot if you work on visual things. But then there's impolite yet workable feedback. I think that's most annoying. They have a point, but they are talking it through like you're a stupid person. so basically they are just really angry at you, but they have a point about it. It's so frustrating. Like, yes, I know you're right, but why are you so mean about it? Like, can't you just say that normally? Or, yeah. And then there's the unusable feedback, like, it's ugly. Well, okay, thanks, you too. Did you look in the mirror in the morning? Ask your mother. Like, you can't work on that. It's a subjective thing, so no. So how the handling process usually goes, at least for me, well, I feel hurt. Usually, well, when it's polite feedback, I feel less hurt, but I feel hurt that I caused a problem. But when it's the angry kind, of course I feel hurt. It's a thing I made. I wanted to make things better, and now people are angry at me. So, yeah, I'm gonna feel hurt. I think that's completely normal, and humans are allowed to feel hurt about things they make when somebody is being an ass. So in those cases, I just try to step away to avoid any obsession over it. It's very difficult when you want to fix it right away because it's causing issues to somebody. But you need to step away, let your mind rest. You are in emotional state. You can't fix it right away because you're gonna do everything that makes the angry people to go away. So these entitled people will always exist that will give this kind of trouble. So you need to, you have plenty of time to learn this, how to rest before replying. So yeah, just don't reply when you are angry, is basically how I try to handle this. Of course, it's sometimes difficult and sometimes gets snippy, but it's best to just walk away, play some games, and come back to it later. Then, when you are actually replying, you should be cordial. In the end, you are being a professional, and they are being the loony bin. So, be cordial, but be strict. If you think the thing you made is actually beneficial, let's say accessibility feature that people hate for some reason, except those who need it, you have to be strict about it. Like, okay, this is actually needed because it helps people to actually see things or use things, even if the hater's gonna hate. But you have to be cordial and strict about it. Don't give in immediately. Of course, there's always some kind of truth behind it, but yeah. Then make jokes with friends. Nate made me this. When I rounded everything, we decided that I'm Darth Vader now. I have rounded the corners. Pray I don't round them any further. So, yeah, if I, just my way to deal with these things is just making things funny. So, yeah, if people get upset about the pixel, just tell them that you're going to make it worse for them. Well, don't tell them directly. Handling negative feedback, there's more. People often think that we are a big corporation, that's especially newcomers to KDE world or Linux world are like, there's this big Linux corporation behind everything that does everything, and we are part of it. And then they are angry because they are so used to being angry at big corporations because they don't listen, but we do. We like to listen. But then we need to remind them that no, we are not. We are just a group of volunteers. Some of us are lucky to get some money out of it, but most of us are just doing this for a hobby. So you have to remind them that we are not a corporation. And sometimes that actually works, and they're like, oh, I'm sorry. You have to ask for patience in those letters and extend offers to join us to help and direct people to right places. So when you get some negative feedback, let's say Dolphin, first of all, ask for patience, that tell them that you are going to iterate this over and over and over. The work is never done, because that's our job. And then you can extend an offer that if you want to get it fixed faster, you can try to help us. Usually that tends to shut some people up. And then you have to direct people to the right places, because sometimes people are complaining about the thing that's in some framework somewhere, and you have done an application, and the framework changes, and then the application looks a bit different. And well, in my case, I was in charge of both of those changes, but you have to direct the person to the right places, because when they're complaining in the wrong place, it's not useful for anyone. And then, even then feedback is lousy, you can try to look at it in different view, like keep some keywords, pick them out, and like it's ugly because this pixel is now too wide or something, and that usually means something like, okay, the pixel might be blurry. That kind of, you have to try to decipher the feedback for anything usable, and that can help a lot fixing things in future. And just ignore any of the nonsense in the comments. Now a bit less nice thing is the harassment I've encountered. From some changes, I've gotten a lot of hateful emails. or just plain weird ones. Like I got some guy telling me that they play football, and since I don't play football, I'm weak. I was a goalie when I was a kid, so anyway, some weird stuff. And then you get the targeted insults. Somebody told me on Fediverse that I'm everything that is wrong with FOSS, and I wish I had a shirt that said that. Okay, nice. So that happens. This is the most annoying one to me. People flock into merge request after merging it. Like, of course, when they're developers and they say like, okay, this broke something. Yeah, sure. But when it's like 10 people going from the Reddit telling you that is bad, please fix. It may not seem like harassment at first, but when they kind of tend to pile on each other, and then you get like 10, 20 people, and if you don't lock it, it's a war zone. So that's the harassment part to me. When it's just one person, I can ignore it, but when it gets to the snowballing effect, that's when it gets weird. People also have shared my things kind of like around online in various sites, mocking my face and whatever. Well, if you have your stuff online, it's gonna happen to somebody. But like in a way, it's expected because you shared the thing, but it's not ever like pleasant feeling when people are like sharing things without your consent, to say. And harassment, in the end, it's not an on-off. It doesn't like start, stop, start, stop. It's like a scale that starts from something small that may feel first like a negative feedback loop, but it can grow from there to harassment. Then it can climb down, and then it start again all over, and it doesn't stop or start. It's like a roller coaster instead. So how do you handle this stuff? Well, tell me when you know. First, you tell your peers about it. It's a good idea to email about it to the community working group. You can see the email there. You do not reply, do not interact. If you get a junk email, it goes to the junk folder. That's it. Delete it, block the sender, ignore it. This is something I'd like us to do a bit more, just talking about the harassment in general, because we don't really talk about it. Well, we do, but we go over it quickly because we, of course, want the harassment to be over, but it's something we should be more open about it, I think. So we should make sure it's a known thing that happens. When somebody gets harassed, we need to act right immediately about it. So that's why I want it to be more known, so people can act on it faster. Don't give any spotlight to the harassers, so basically they do not reply, do not interact, but in any other ways too, like indirectly. Do not start subposting on Fediverse or whatever you use about them. I'm bad at that, but just try not to give them any spotlight, like try to make them non-existent. It's very difficult, I know, but it's better to just avoid that because some of them just feed on that spotlight and well, anyway. Then report any illegal things to authorities. So if you get actual threats, that can happen. I got I think 2 very nasty emails, but I just immediately spam deleted them. But if it's specifically illegal stuff, just it's a good idea to report it, I think, because well, these people might be actual danger to somebody. So, and it's always the harasser's fault. Like, you are the victim. If you're getting harassed by some change people don't like, in the end, it's the harasser's fault. You didn't make a bad change. There's just bad people who are after you for some reason. So it's not your fault if these people start harassing you. Remember good things though. There are, in the end, some people send nice things, so we should save, discuss, and cherish them more. It's easy to get stuck in the loop of negativity, so keep the positive things saved. And silence is good. It's a bit weird, but if nobody says anything, people most likely like it. So if you have made a change, that is a visual change or something that's very into your face and nobody says anything, you did a good job. And feed a good atmosphere in the end, like we are all in this together, so compliment more each other, and that kind of shows up to the external communities as well, if they're the ones types who want to read the merge request and stuff. So compliment each other. And I wanted to talk about one of my favorite emails I've gotten, because even there have been bad things, there was one very nice one, and I'm paraphrasing it and keeping it anonymous, but there's head of ICT who works at Children's Hospital. They had some trouble seeing windows from each other without the window borders that I implemented. And since I added them, it actually helped them. And it was very lengthy and heartfelt thanks for someone who has actual vision issues. And they really encouraged me to work on more accessibility. I have that saved, and I read it sometimes again and again. It's one positive situation that made all it worth to me, because before this email, I was actually considering stopping contributing because I got so much hate. This was before I worked at Tech Paladin, so I was still volunteer. But this one positive email was like, yeah, you know what? This is actually kind of nice. So we have reached the end. And in conclusions about this is that because we do this, because we love doing it. So of course, any bad, nasty comments will hurt. And again, it's okay to feel hurt. It's totally fine. It's a human thing. You just allow yourself to feel those feelings, because if you bottle them up, it's gonna blow up later. And rest, heal, retry, play some video games, or do something, read books, watch TV, walk away, go touch some grass. I should do that more. And just talk with your peers and friends and family about the whole situation, unload the bad feelings a bit. But even if you get these kind of annoying, angry emails, remember that ultimately we do much more good than bad. Like, I don't think we do anything bad, but in user point of view. So mistakes and bugs will always happen because computers. So just be proud of yourself, even if you get some nasty comments, because you're cool. So don't worry about it, and rest, come back later, and chill. In the end, it's all good. I'm a bit early, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Akseli. So we have lots of time for questions.
Also remember that you have a group of moderators on many of the platforms that people try and harass. Well, Reddit, on Discuss, and all the things. We actually have we started a new matrix room for the moderators so that we can decide this. And we are there to protect you. So if somebody harasses you and it's on one of the platforms that we moderate, right, we can go in, we can delete the stuff, we can ban the person, we can do all sorts of things, okay?
Yes, agreed. I have contacted moderators before, and it's really good thing to do.
Thank you for the great talk, and thank you for sticking around despite all of the crap flood of feedback you tend to somehow magically attract, more than probably most. I wanted to share my favorite email I've gotten in recent times. So there's a lot of doom and gloom around the internet, in particular around Wayland and accessibility and the combination of the two. But at some point I came across a bug report about somebody saying, hey, sticky keys don't work on Wayland. And I need that, because that's something some people need. Most of us probably don't know what it is, but some people need that. I looked into that, I implemented it, then I got a very nice email from the same person thanking me for doing that, saying they are a happy user of Plasma Wayland now, and that I deserve a gold star in their book. So that made my day.
Yeah, those are the best kind.
Super important talk, thank you. I had a comment, maybe two comments. One, maybe this is for everybody in the room. I feel like getting a compliment is amazing, but feeling like people stick up for you, to me, is one of the most important feelings, that you're not alone in a situation. So just, yeah, keep that in mind, everyone here. And another comment is about impoliteness, because I've seen this happen a couple of times where it's important, I think, to disentangle impoliteness into different things, because sometimes it's busyness, and so it's brief, and that comes across as impolite, and sometimes it's just rude. And I find it helpful for me to try to take the generous interpretation, at least at first, when I then respond, as well as if I'm busy, just saying, busy, quick reply, and then say something so the person can put context into what might come across as impolite. Just something I was thinking when you were talking.
Yeah, I agree. I also have a tendency to be a bit blunt, because English is my second language, so I don't really know the nuances, and sometimes it can sound like I'm being a bit rough, but I usually litter my comments with emojis just to make sure that everything is fine.
I have like two questions. But first one, when you said sharing things, I was just curious, did you mean sharing things like, for example, sharing related to like the project you're working on, or was it sharing something like personal, or what did you mean?
Both. So, for example, my photo of my face, or name, or in worst case, it has been where I live, not address, but city or country or something, and like sharing the general information about me in very negative contexts. I don't know how better to explain it, but it's just like in certain image boards, basically, has been threads about what I do, and then my stuff has been plastered over that, like, this is the guy who did this.
I'm sorry to hear that. So sharing though, if you're working on a project, like if you're working on KDE for mobile or something, and somebody reshared that information, that would be fine, right?
Yes, of course, like that's fine when it's like in informative purpose, but when it's sharing what you do and then adding on it, like they made this bad change, I hate the person, and then they add your information on top of that. That's what I meant.
Yeah, makes sense. I also wanted to ask you about one other thing, but I wanted to like just get your thoughts, whatever you want to say about it. But in like your statement about merge discussions, you know, like after a merge request has happened and then people start dogpiling in with thoughts, right? I was curious, what about when people are talking about a merge discussion, but the discussion is important, right? Not as something you would want to ignore, but like, how should that discussion like that actually happen in a way that is useful to you, to your team? Like, and what are your thoughts on that, where people can help you?
Well, I usually prefer it made as a new bug report, because that's the standard basically when it's in a merge request, and it happens afterwards, I might forget it much easier. Even if it's important, it's much easier for me to forget, because at least my personal way of working is that I take bug reports and add them to a list and go them through. So yeah, it's not bad when it's actually important. And like I tried to mention that, let's say you add a merge request that causes a crash. Of course you want to hear it in the merge request as well, but this is more in the case of 10 Reddit users dogpiling on you because they didn't like some change, and then they get very mean about it. But when it's like a polite discussion, I mean, I don't mind it, but I will forget it because I prefer to follow the bug request separately.
Cool, thanks. I also wanted to just give a thought from an experience that I had that seemed useful. So from volunteering with different open source organization, but like the developers did a release and then got a really cruel issue opened on GitHub that they were deeply offended by. And so they were talking about this, and what ended up happening is, because they're upset about it, they passed it off to, I'm just like a volunteer, so I wrote the reply for them. And then I gave that to a different person who wasn't on that team, and they edited the reply, and once different people had worked on it, then they passed it back to the team to send, and that seemed to be really helpful and went fine. But just a thought that seemed to work well in a situation where they did want to reply to the issue that had been opened, but it was contentious.
Yeah, third-party mediators can be very helpful. Yeah, I agree. That sounds like a good idea.
I was just going to say that when we have interacted as far as, visual stuff, it's always been so good. So I'm grateful for your intervention. I think you've been very gracious when it comes to feedback from our team. And I think when we work on visuals, we see this type of reactions from people a lot. And I was going to say another thing that you can do, or people in general, is rely on people who have given you feedback to be your support. So if, for example, the VDG tells you that, hey, we want to make sure that the URL bar in Dolphin does this little thing, okay, then people have given that feedback, and you don't have to be the person that says, I'll take the shield and fend off, all the bad comments about it. You can just say, this has been approved, we have discussed it, we have decided that this is the best course, we've realized that your suggestion is good, though it probably doesn't apply right now, things like that, and just move on and rely on the people that have given you the validation. And that always goes a long way. But I was just going to say that at the end of the day, I think all of us who work online, we are at a very unprecedented time when it comes to, visibility, right? Say one word on the internet and it just blows up. And so we're not designed for that, right? We're designed, as humans, we just work in smaller groups most of the times. And so that's difficult, but I just wanted to just congratulate you for all the work that you do. It's difficult to do this for a long time, especially with so much attention to it. And you're welcome to just put the finger back on the VDG sometimes if you need to.
Yeah, it's a issue I've been working on. But yeah, thank you. You're making me blush on stage.
Any more questions?
Okay, thank you again. So at 12:05 about-ish, we will have lunch upstairs. Remember, if you have not donated yesterday, we would really appreciate that you donate 10 euros for the lunch. And at 1:05, there will be the group photo, which will be, yeah, okay.
So we're gonna have, and I'm gonna share this message at lunch as well. We're gonna have the group photo at where the statue is, where the wind statue is, and there are a couple of steps there. And so we're going to sort of align 3 rows of people, and I'm gonna be in one, like in front of you to take a picture. But go there, hang out, and then I'll just come over and we'll do our thing.
Yeah, so at 1:00 we will gather in the lobby, and then we will go to the spot. Yeah, welcome everybody back after the lunch. I'm pretty sure you won't be able to fall asleep despite the lunch, because now David will tell us why maintainers don't grow on trees.
Hello. I'm getting a hang of this technology stuff. Okay, thought I'd talk a bit about maintainers, because I've been to a lot of conferences, and there's loads of shared topics on getting new contributors. And hands up if you've helped get new contributors into a project, open source? Help get new contributors in at all? Nobody's helped get new contributors in. Bugs, yeah. Yeah, you introduced bugs, yeah. Okay, so I'll do a quick recap on getting new contributors, because it's generally really easy. Do cool stuff. Tell people you're doing cool stuff, which is more important than doing stuff, because otherwise, how is anyone going to know? And then have a process for them helping you. And then you'll get people coming on board. But what every talk seems to miss is, but then what? But then what? Well, no, but what generally happens is you've got a maintainer. Contributors come, contributors leave, contributors come, contributors leave. And then at some point, and this is the thing you want to avoid, the maintainer leaves. And then bad things happen. When the maintainer leaves, if you've just got this one maintainer and contributors coming and going, is either the project dies, which, if you've been working for 5 years on a project, isn't an ideal solution. It's been a bit of a waste. Or you get into a situation where no one has any real authority. People are just waiting for other people to merge things or ignoring anything anybody else has to say, because no one's a maintainer now. Or possibly a worst possible thing that can happen is you have an awkward power struggle and other people want to be a maintainer, but nobody else has blessed them with being a maintainer, and then they go off and fork your project, and it's a bit of argy-bargy, and it's horrible for everybody. So, when should you look for a replacement? If you are a maintainer now, when should you look for somebody to replace you as a new maintainer? Sort of, yeah, because before it gets to this point, certainly before you quit. So when are you going to quit? You don't know. You could get hit by a bus, at which point you could all get hit by a bus on tomorrow's day trip. Hopefully not, that would be very awkward. But you don't know when you're going to quit, right? And it's not just that, you could have a career change, and suddenly you find yourself with no time. Suddenly, so no time in your project, because different jobs have different things outside that. You could have a life change. For example, having a child. But the point is, you don't know. So your right time to look for a replacement is when you're not looking for one, which is quite awkward. If you only take one thing away from this talk, it's this. The right time to look for a replacement is when you don't want a replacement because you're happy. Because if you find yourself finding you don't have enough time, you're not going to have time to train a replacement. If you're finding you don't have any passion for your project, you're not going to be able to pass on any passion in training a maintainer. So you want to be doing this, as Jos shouted out yesterday. I mean, the right time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. Apparently it's not. Apparently it's in October because of your patterns. But yesterday. So what are other benefits of training maintainers up? Burnout avoidance. Pretend this is 2 slides. Burnout avoidance. If you're the only person doing a project, it can be overwhelming. And the reason it's overwhelming, the reason people get burnt out, is if you're a maintainer, there's lots of things you feel like you should be doing. And burnout is when you feel like you should be doing lots of stuff, and you don't have any of the time for the things you actually want to be doing. And you're just overwhelmed with things you think you should be doing. If you have other people who you're training as maintainers, you can share this load. And Linus Torvalds, one of the most famous maintainers in the world, he took a year from doing a kernel because he was burnt out. But because he had range of other maintainers and sub-maintainers, he could do it. And then he could come back and be king again. But it really helps. It also helps keeps developers engaged. You wouldn't stay at a company if you felt like you had no career path, if you were just going to be at the bottom rung of the ladder forever. But if you can help other people feel like climbing a career ladder in open source, of becoming a maintainer or maintainer of part of a project, they'll stick around for longer. And it makes sense. And it keeps the ecosystem alive. There's a graph, multimedia. And this is a graph of citing some stats from other people on the internet, so it's probably real. Nearly half the maintainers in open source have been maintainers for over 10 years. And there's a lot of really old people here with grey beards. And people are getting older, so it's our job to make sure we're bringing in younger people and helping young people rise up through the ranks of becoming a maintainer as well. So how do you turn devs into maintainers? The most important part is spotting your potential candidates. Because there are people who just drive by and then leave. So if you can focus your time, you don't waste as much time. So what makes a good maintainer? Bit of programming, definitely helps. Understanding UI, you don't have to be the best UI person in the world, but if you have no knowledge of anything, you're going to struggle. UX, you have to do a bit of promo, or at least talk to the right people, have an understanding. You need to be good at communication. It's probably one of the most important skills, because if you've got an idea but can't articulate your idea, you're going to struggle. If you don't like a merge request but can't articulate why you don't like a merge request, you're going to struggle. Probably one of the most important things. Commitment, that's something that's very important. Being able to keep working on a project day after day. And having a vision. Ideally sharing the same vision as your own, if you're trying to train another maintainer up. But having some sense of vision of where you want to take your project. But not everyone is set to be a maintainer. There are people who just like to code. And if you just like to code, you're not going to be a good maintainer. And some people just want to do new things. They'll do a bit of new things, work on one project, and they're going to jump to another project and go to another project. That isn't to say they're bad people. They're a brilliant asset to whichever community you're in, but they're not necessarily set out to be a maintainer or something. So you really want to focus your efforts down on finding the right people. So here's who to spot and hone in on and start to attack. So somebody who makes lots of commits in the same topic. So if I'm in color paint, if somebody made 20 commits to a toolbox on your left-hand side, I'd be like, okay, cool, this guy could be a maintainer. Or if somebody made commits to all of the header bars in all of the different applets, different bits of code, but the same theme, that's someone who's got a sense that it might be a good maintainer. Someone who just makes lots of commits randomly all spread all over your place, probably not going to be a good maintainer. You want somebody who accepts feedback positively. You can have a good interaction with on GitLab, because you don't want to maintain it you can't work with. You're not going to help train him up. And importantly, somebody who partakes in the other tasks, reviews, Bugzilla. Because you don't become a maintainer by just committing code. It seems a trope that the more code you do, now I'm a maintainer. But that's only shown that you can code. Being a maintainer is mostly about doing reviews. So if you want to become a maintainer of a project, stop just submitting patches. Make sure you get involved in these other topics. I remember when I became a Qt approver, I said, oh, but I've got lots of patches before this. And then a guy came to me and said, well, sure, but that just shows you can code. That doesn't prove anything about being a good approver. So it was when I was doing other tasks that he was like, okay, actually, yeah, well, you can be an approver now. And one of the important parts, you want somebody who gets satisfaction in the product being better, not just in doing the writing code. And you can spot this if you come up with a merge request and then between you come up with a new idea on how to solve a product problem better. If they take that on board and then try and solve a problem a different way, that's a really good candidate. Somebody who goes, well, I've coded this now, I don't care, I enjoyed writing a code, they're probably not going to be a good maintainer. So what sort of actionable items can you do as a maintainer now to help other people become future maintainers. Sort of the crux of all of this. Ask people to do things. So reviews is a really good place to start. A sentence I use quite often is, hey, Bob, can you look at this merge request? You've done a lot of work in that area. Because something that tends to happen is people are shy. People don't feel confident in reviewing other code. They just wait for your maintainer to do it, which isn't ideal. If you're a maintainer, you want to reduce your workload. So getting other people to do it is good. And by default, if other people who do talk on GitLab and get engaged tend to be the most self-confident people, and the most self-confident people are not always the best people. So you want to reach out to your shy people who are doing a good job and say, well, actually, can you step up and be taking on these extra roles? And it doesn't hurt to ask, because the worst that can happen is they ignore you. And then the next step on from that is once you've got people doing reviews and commenting, is if they do a thing of just typing, looks good to me, but don't press the approve button, right, you could go back and press the approve button, sure. Or you could go back to that person and say, actually, if you're happy with it, approve it yourself. And then, best thing about this, it saves work for you. So ask people to do things. Another thing that's really important to do is make sure you explain the rationale behind processes. Like if you've got a feature freeze or something, explain, this is the history of why we have a feature freeze. And make sure they understand these things so they don't fall into the same mistakes that you've already made. Pass any lessons that you've got onto your future generations. And then you can go and retire, hopefully. This is my plan. And then, most importantly, empower people. Trust them to make decisions. And you can still be an influence. You don't have to give up control of the project completely. But if a sort of patch comes along and I don't necessarily like it, but I don't care that much, I can say, well, I think this is a bad idea, but I know this other person's been maintaining this feature more than me, or say a toolbox in color paint. If somebody else comes up with an idea for a new button, I would say, okay, I don't like it, but I haven't really been maintaining this part. I'll let this other person have a say. And that helps the other person blah, 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 helps the other person feel valued and validated. And if the other person feels valued and validated, they'll stay in the project and pick up skills. It also helps them learn to make their own mistakes, which they'll grow from and become a better maintainer. So how can you do this? Provide official roles. I like people being sub-maintainer of this particular part, or having a co-maintainer. My very first project where I was a maintainer, I was lucky enough that I had this other guy with me, Martin Klapatek, if anyone remembers him. And we would always refer to each other as co-maintainers of KDE Telepathy. The project died, but it wasn't really our fault. We still had a really good, maintainership, good friendship. And whilst the project was going well, I think it was one of the best products to work on, from my point of view, because I had a buddy I could rely on if I needed to. So have co-maintainers in your projects. Have sub-maintainers. Have more maintainers. Don't just be one person. And encourage them to meetings. Again, people are shy. If you know there's a sprint happening, but they've done a couple of commits, they're not necessarily going to come along unless you explicitly reach out to them personally in a back channel and say, Bob, do you want to come along to this meeting? Or have you seen this link to this meeting? And tell people, actually, you should come along. And that includes Akademy, of course. So how do you help people feel ownership? Well, make sure you refer to them by a role. Refer to people as, oh, he's a co-maintainer of this. This person's a maintainer of this particular backend. So use that. If you've got an attributes page, like a credits, make sure you put them in there. One of the most important things, blogging. A lot of people hate blogging. I hate blogging. But when I actually do it, and I get your feedback from your community, it's very uplifting. I mean, unless you're Excelli. And no, but forcing people to blog is really good, and because then they'll get that feedback, and then they'll be encouraged by it, hopefully. Yeah, no, in general, your blogs get positive comments, though. Right? Don't know what our slide's about. in all seriousness, I did nag other people to submit Academy talks, because that's part of it. So summary, find a replacement early, like actively all the time, look out for new replacements. Trust people early, like before you think they're necessarily ready for it, start trusting them. Because, or at least pretending to, you can still keep an eye on them in the back, on the sneaky side, but start trusting people and empower them. But most importantly, learn to let go of your projects and give some space. Because if you don't give space for people to grow, they can't. So if you stay on being, I'm a maintainer, they're not going to grow. And then you're not going to have time to grow yourself into other projects. Oh, and most importantly, watch out for buses. I am way too early.
Thank you, David. Now we have, again, lots of time for questions. So who has a question?
I wanted to reduce time for questions.
So you spend an awful lot of time talking about maintainers, given that last year at Academy I was arguing that we in KDE don't really have traditional maintainers in a lot of sense. Do you think our current model of very informal and distributed maintainership is serving us well, or do we want to make some changes there?
I think we do have, I mean, everyone knows who your maintainers are. If I say who's the maintainers of Quinn, you're going to name the two people, right?
Quinn is sort of the exception here. I would argue that Quinn is sort of the exception here, but if you asked who's the maintainer of Plasma Desktop,
I think I would still give you 4 or 5 names, or certainly maintainers of different parts. If I said, who's the maintainer of Clipper? Fusion, right? And we have people who are de facto maintainers of things, and people wait for them to do things. And you're right, we don't necessarily name them very well. K-about data does, so we used to have it. We used to have this very clear distinction. You're right, it is vague. Maybe being more opaque about it would actually help, because then you get to tell people, oh, you're a maintainer now, because then you've got that career progression ladder. And that's quite good. I mean, Qt does it. Lots of other projects have it. So yeah, actually providing a more explicit ladder might make things better than being so vague that people don't feel like they should be.
So, I mean, he basically kind of prefaced this question for me, but basically, like, as someone who's recently come into the KDE space, you know, occasionally drops in some code here and there, but most of the time spends its time poking people. The biggest challenge I have is finding who I'm supposed to actually talk to about stuff. And this is, you know, to make it more concrete. When something weird or strange behavior is going on in, for example, a KDE framework, or there's something that's not right, it is very difficult to find someone to ask and get in touch with to figure it out. Like, I don't know, it was just a couple weeks ago, we were talking about K-Wallet, and we spent like, I don't know, 2 hours in the Plasma Development Matrix room all trying to work our way backwards to how the heck K-Wallet works and what we're supposed to do to make it work properly or whatever. And it's because there's it feels like the informal maintainership, distributed maintainership model has also had the side effect of your thing about buses. I can't remember the word, but like you're really hyper-focused on buses. Seems to speak to some kind of thing about buses happening to you in your life. But more seriously, right, it feels like all the formal people are just kind of, all the formal people who'd have knowledge just kind of up and go in a poof of smoke, and then we don't really have anything because without knowing who those people are, there is no mechanism in which to, you know, figure out how to pass that on or that sort of thing. So, like, your presentation is great, and I actually do a lot of this stuff in my Fedora context, and it makes a lot of sense, but I feel like right now, I don't think we're set up well in KDE to apply that particular
Yeah, I mean,
experience?
I mean, I did this talk because I think there's a lack of people being maintainers.
Yeah.
Because people have just left and then left a void. Right?
Yeah.
And I saw a problem, and then I'm retroactively saying, this is how we should have fixed it.
Yeah.
I'm aware of that. I agree with that. And the solution there is to get more people to feel like they're maintainers.
Right.
And make sure...
Microphone.
No. It's coming, it's coming.
Thank you. Sorry, I spoke for my turn. I wanted to ask, like, if there's any transparency when a component is unmaintained, because that seems an even bigger problem than not being able to find the maintainer.
Yeah, so we've got metadata files with names of people who used to do things. And that's also a problem, right? If you don't pass things on, we don't have that passing on. So we just have people being named as maintainers who aren't necessarily the most active. So we've got a lot of legacy, and legacy can be good, legacy can be bad. So we need to make sure our legacy stuff has an officially defined maintainer. I think it's better to choose somebody than let it go. I mean, Krunner is a good example. Krunner, people did some work, it went away. Somebody came in doing some work, and I'm not sure if he's here. We're like, oh, this person's not doing, I don't know if we should trust this person to be doing big changes. And then we did, and then it paid off, and this guy did a load of really good changes. So, and then became a maintainer because of that. So it's a problem, we need to address it, we need more maintainers.
Maybe a blog, like in the app blogs.
Yeah.
Saying like, hey, these apps are unmaintained.
Well, I mean, I did.
Should I repeat everything you said? Because we have a stream and a microphone, and people are just not following it. I didn't really hear it either. Since I have the microphone anyway, I think the role of maintainer, co-maintainer, that's kind of a little clear if you know to find the right people. But you were also talking about approvers, and I think that's pretty much everybody who is who dares touching the approval button.
Right, exactly. The word dares, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't feel they can.
Yeah.
And actually, a good pattern to do if you're someone who is happy with a commit, but you want to, if you're not confident, say, it looks good to me. If nobody else says anything in 24 hours, merge it. And that's something I do if I'm not confident on some project that I'm reviewing on. And that's a good pattern.
Yeah. I was wondering if you were arguing that we may need kind of more officially assigned roles, because it's we made a very conscious decision, especially when we moved from SVN to Git like a million years ago, that we want this really flat structure that basically everybody is allowed to push code somewhere, and I think basically we still have that. And I don't know of any occurrences that this was ever really a problem. But I was wondering, do you want some more formal process in there?
I don't want to take things away. That's definitely not something I want to do. Because I mean, in Qt, for example, you have maintainers and you have approvers. Right? It's not necessarily, you don't have to bunch those two things together. So we can have anyone can approve. I think we still kind of have each group of people make decisions, each group of people set a vision for your project. Yeah. Because it's such an implicit role, people do implicitly have maintainers, and we certainly sort of have explicit maintainers. Every framework says a maintainer next to it. So we're in a bit of a limbo. I agree we're in a bit of a limbo. Which way we go, I don't know, but getting out of the limbo, I think, is important.
And I think without passing judgment here, there's absolutely nothing wrong with questioning these things once in a while. If it works well, then let's continue doing it. But I don't know if it works for, we're a very large project, and some things are more critical than others, and I think generally it works pretty well, but it's okay to question these things once in a while. Are we happy even with these fundamental community principles?
I do like the thing we have where everybody who feel that they can approve things from a technical perspective, they have the permissions to do it. And it is not hard to go into a new area. What I do think we are missing from the maintainer role is the in some projects is the vision and the communication part of it, and also the a bit tedious task of reviewing the bigger things that nobody else picks up. That there was just, for example, yesterday somebody said in a channel, I made this merge request to a framework 2 months ago that did a major refactoring. Anybody wants to review it? And yeah, that is a thing we're missing. People feeling responsible for that, for all of the stale stuff in GitLab.
Sebas, just so you know, there's also a hand at your back. Oh, sorry.
I've got an online question.
Okay.
How can we give credit to reviewers, i.e. maintainers, and bug fixers have change logs, blogs? Can reviewers get some of it too for motivation through recognition?
And it's a good question. Some projects, we've got a scattered approach. Some projects do have, if you press help and about, you get a little list of names. And I think it's quite nice to sort of see a list of names. Like, not in your face when you open the app, like a movie at the end with the credits, but somewhere where you can access it. Like, I had a job interview once where I ran KDE, and it's like, oh, what stuff have you done? And I sort of leaned over, like, well, here's my name here. You know, it's quite nice. So yes, putting contribution listings in some sort of hidden away place that you can surface is good. We have that. I think we could do a better job of updating it all the time. But that's something we should be doing as maintainers, is updating it, and updating it with new maintainers. For frameworks, it's on the API documentation, which seems like a good place because that's where your user is. Your user's looking at your documentation, hopefully. And that seems a good place for it. So we do have something. And it's up to all of us to keep it up to date. Sebastian?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I think having these little unclear or informal structures can also form a barrier to for new contributors, because I'm a new Ocular developer, as basically some drive-by feature. So I wrote it, I pushed a merge request, and I don't know who can approve that. Is anybody even interested still in this code? The directions I was getting from, for example, from this guy was very friendly to be the first reviewer. Made sense to me, but my last status was probably Albert is the one who needs to tell me if it has to go left or right. And to me, that wasn't really clear. And in the end, I got some, if you move this and that class over there, it'll be fine, but the actual feature still wasn't really reviewed, I think. So after 2 weeks, I was like, if nobody complains, next week I'm just going to push this to master, and I did. And
and I think something we need to work on, because more time spent in reviews saves time later. So having more people trying to get involved in that process is important. Nicholas had a question at the back. I just want to make you run. Faster, faster, faster. He's not running.
I don't know if I missed it or if you didn't mention it, but there was a slide about future maintainers being good at taking feedback.
Yep.
But I think I don't know if you mentioned this. Maybe I missed it. It's also giving feedback, right? Like, we don't want the grumpy maintainer. But then the question is, what if that is the only one left? Like if it's just me and the grumpy guy.
I mean, in that case, try and get some more contributors, right? So you don't have to go to your grumpy guy. Teaching a grumpy guy is also good. Well, that's a very difficult challenge. I mean, set by example. Tell them, I think you could have approached this a different way. That's also a good thing to say. Like, your sentiment was fine in criticizing this patch. However, don't use the word fuckwit so many times. That sort of thing. You can pass this feedback on, and in all seriousness, right, you can pass that feedback on saying, actually, you could have handled that situation better. And hopefully that will help. Especially if you say why, right? If you say, this is the reason you can't say that, is because then they won't listen to your feedback, or then they just get focused on your words rather than the sentiment you're actually trying to convey. If you didn't do that, they would have focused on this, and it might have gone easier for you. So, yeah.
I just wanted to point out that at least for frameworks, not too long ago, we made a very conscious decision to remove all of the maintainer metadata from the frameworks, because most of it was outdated anyway and listed people that I have never met in my time in KDE, which are obviously not maintaining the thing they were supposed to maintain. And I still think that was the right call, but...
I mean, there's a difference between hiding it and still having a maintainer, right? So, I mean, if you look at Kirigami, you can name a few names of who are the probable maintainers. And there are things which nobody cares about anymore, like KTelnet or something. Sure, it doesn't have a maintainer because it hasn't been touched.
There's also stuff like K-completion, which is there, it works. It doesn't have a natural maintainer. Somebody touches it from time to time. It's there, it works.
Well, I mean,
it's not like KTelnet.
Yeah, at which point it falls back to who's sort of a maintainer of frameworks in general, Nicholas?
Who would that be? You mean David 4?
Nope. Nicholas? Some fellow, anyway.
I was going to I was going to mention as well, as far as you know, sometimes you have those situations where there's only one person, and sometimes that person is not as collaborative as you would expect. I just want to mention that in those cases, you can work with the community working group to resolve some of these issues. Of course, these are not necessarily, you know, as complex as other situations we have with people, but we've had situations in the past where maintainers became more of a blocker type attitude rather than somebody who was engaging with people who were submitting to their projects, their maintained projects. And I think we always have to remember that at the end of the day, the projects belong to KDE. And we accept maintainership, but everyone is encouraged by, as per our guidelines, to engage with whoever wants to work with you. And that we have to engage in good nature. If that doesn't happen, then let us know and we can try to resolve the situation, because at the end of the day, that's affecting code, it's stifling innovation, it's, you know, definitely not, it's irritating at the end of the day too. And we just don't see progress in some applications. And that's not what we're looking to do, right? As a community, we want to push things forward. So just putting a plug there for the community working group. So if these situations happen, let us know and explain what's going on and we can help you.
This is earlier someone mentioned about how it is occasionally difficult to find out who to contact, which is a reality of dealing with people who are not necessarily deeply involved in the community already, and even people who are don't necessarily know who to go and poke. And so having that information directly available somewhere is useful. It doesn't have to be a strict maintainer, but closer? Okay. But yeah, it doesn't have to be a strict maintainer, but someone who can function as a contact point and who can then distribute the information to people who need it. That is, like, it feels like a useful middle point between someone who is a maintainer and someone who, yeah, I guess what I'm suggesting is a community manager, basically. Someone who knows who to poke. I guess. Which we kind of have, but isn't exposed anywhere. Yeah. So a suggestion rather than a question, but we can formulate it as a question. Does it seem like a good idea?
Yeah, because that's how FAQs work, yeah. You've got somebody behind you. Close.
Not sure if you'd have the answer to this, but how to prevent malicious maintainers like Jiatang?
Oh, malicious maintainers. Things just got spicy. I mean, obviously, you can still look through all of your merge requests that are happening, and there's no magic solution if somebody is a decoy for 2 years and then pivots. I mean, there's nothing you can do. But I think don't have to worry too much about it because you've still got a huge community. Well, certainly within KDE, we've got a huge community of other people who are all watching everything that happens everywhere. So relying on that a bit, obviously being somewhat vigilant for these malicious people, but I wouldn't get too worried about it in niche components. Maybe if I maintained an SSL backend or something, sure, you need to care a bit more. But if it's in color paint, what are you going to do? Right? If there's anything truly malicious, hopefully it'll be spotted in review by somebody from the fact we've got this wider community. Wrap it up.
Yeah, thank you, David. Okay, welcome everybody. Now Till will tell us how to get hired for working on FOSS.
And why you might not want to do that. Hello, everybody. Yep. Okay. You can hear me fine? Yep. All right, so a couple of disclaimers to start with. No AI harmed in the making of this presentation. Second disclaimer, there is a very large and very interesting topic around sort of predatory behavior by companies and how they exploit open source and blah, blah, blah. And I could happily, over some beverages, talk with you for hours about that, but that is explicitly not what I want to be talking about right now, because I want to go to the more personal sort of you as individuals and me as an individual and what happened there. There's also some communities that just don't do working with commercial entities very well, and that's another problem that, again, we could talk about for hours, but I don't want to talk about these two things. So if you want to talk about these two things, then hit me up afterwards. This is not what this is about. What it is about is the year 2003 or so. I was a student of computer science at the University of Kiel, and I was contributing to Kmail, was doing drivers for cheapo Linux webcams and that sort of thing, so just a regular student doing free and open source software stuff. And then Kalle, who's now my boss and business partner, is one of the founders of KDE and the founder of KDAB, decided to take on a suicide mission of a project, which was, can you make a replacement for Microsoft Exchange and Microsoft Outlook with all free software in 6 weeks? And Kalle being Kalle, that's the spirit you need to start on working on something like KDE in the first place, said, yeah, okay. At that point, there were a few gentlemen working for him already. There's Lutz there on the left, there's Karl-Heinz there at the bottom, there's Steffen there at the back right. And these are friends of his from KDE that he had hired to start a consulting company. And they got thrown into this project because there weren't any others around. This is probably 4 of the 5 employees that the company had at the time. And I was hacking away on KDE PIM and a student, and I needed money, and I had a rather weird sort of side hustle that I didn't want to do anymore. And so I talked with Bo, who's the guy in the middle there, who didn't look like this for the last 20 years, but now looks again like this, having grown about yay and then come back down. And Bo said, hey, we have an amazing amount of work, and this is completely impossible, and it's a horrible project, but would you want to do some hours on the side to do some of the bug fixing that we can't get to? And I said, yeah, I mean, come on, right? That sounds awesome. Somebody wants to pay me to do the thing that I would do for free anyway. So how cool is that? Obviously, I'm going to do that, right? Seemed very interesting, very exciting. So by the year 2004, you can see me there in the middle in this very fetching red jumper, surrounded again by a bunch of people that were working at KDAB and a few people that were working at Innovation, and we were all happily into this insane project. So that's where it all sort of started for me, 20-some years ago. And that was awesome initially, but I am an engineer, so I have a tendency to do this, as most of you do too. I like to focus on the hole in the donut and not the donut, right? So let's talk about all the things that went wrong. First thing, motivation problems, right? Because I was working on something that I thought was really interesting and challenging, which was fixing the subject threading in Kmail, which is perverse. I appreciate that, but I really enjoyed that. I did not enjoy fixing iCal invitations for some dude working in a public administration in Germany because they're using insane features of Microsoft Exchange and somehow it wasn't rendered properly in the calendar, right? That's not exactly fun. Customers tend not to care terribly much how motivating and exciting you find a particular bug fix, right? They just say, fix it, and here's the deadline, and then you have to go and do it. That is not the most motivational thing in the world, right? Even if it's on a code base that you really like working on and with people that you like working with, it still sort of drags down the motivation. And then you realize not everybody has the same standards as you or as the rest of your project. And that's actually fairly reasonable from a business point of view because they just want to spend about as much money as is absolutely necessary to do the thing. That makes economic sense to them. So that means you have zero time to uphold all the quality standards and do all of the you know, avoidance of technical debt and all of this stuff. So at some point you feel like you're getting paid to start adding long-term technical debt to a project that you love, right? And that's not an awesome feeling, because nobody ever pays you to do the removal of long-term technical debt, because there's no more or less immediate economic value in that, so it's really, really hard for anybody to sell that to anybody else. And I don't think anybody has cracked that particular nut. How do you get paid to do the unpleasant, long-term, quality-sustaining things? Because there's no feature value in that. And then you realize companies are not actually open source projects. Even if they try very hard and they look a lot like open source communities, and they're full of people who come from open source communities like KDAB is. And we have lots of quirky things that we have because we all mostly come from open source projects, but we remain a company, and Canonical is a company, and Red Hat is a company. They're IBM now, right? So companies are not meritocracies. There are hierarchies, and people want raises, and there's all the power dynamics that come with that. So it's not the same thing, and therefore you have to adjust your behavior somewhat, and that's not always very present, because you can't just say, well, actually, you know what, that thing I was working on doesn't seem like fun anymore. I'm just going to go off and work on something else, right? Because that's going to make somebody who needs to deliver on something very unhappy very quickly. And this is something that I actually only started realizing probably in the last few years. If you hire all your friends, you have no more friends. Because now you have bosses or employees or partners or, competitors. Where's Eva? So not anymore. Yeah, we can be friends again. That's good. Well, we were always friends, but the dynamics change, right? Even if everybody has the best of intentions, I'm fairly sure that at the point in time where I said, hey, Volker, come, work with me on this insane project. It's going to be tons of fun. He didn't feel like I'm exploiting him. I hope he still doesn't feel like I'm exploiting him. But of course, it changes things, right? If you start being somebody's boss, you can't quite be friends at the same level as you were before, right? And that does impact your social life over the short term and over the long term, because you have to draw certain boundaries at some point. It's not good for anybody, if you're their boss, to be getting completely shit-faced at the bar, at the conference, and so on, because that's just not a comfortable situation to be in anymore. So either you don't get shit-faced with your friends anymore, right? Or they're not your friends anymore. So, yeah. So this is the KDE team. We did these meetings back then in Osnabrück, pretty much every year around the New Year. See some people smiling who were there, like Cornelius over there, who I never managed to hire and therefore remain friends with, which is excellent. And at that point, so this is about 5-6 years in, at that point, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 of these people were working for KDAB, and therefore to some degree for me. 2 of them were business partners in sort of ventures that we were doing, and clearly we were dominating the community at that point, right? So that was the status quo in 2010. And then I realized at some point, where did my hobby go? Because when you spend 8 hours, and at that point, several of us were spending all of our work time working on KDE stuff, right? This is the time where the German government was trying to use KDE desktops and so on, and we were trying to replace Exchange, and this is Edward Snowden days and so on. So there was a push towards that, and so we were doing genuinely, a lot of people in KDAB were doing all KDE work for a while. So I was working on KDE 8 hours a day, getting paid for it as part of my job with my friends. And when I was done, I did not feel like working on KDE anymore, because, there's a limit to how much fun you can have in a day. And if you travel all the time to conferences, to meet customers and partners, and to do business stuff around KDE, and you have all of that in your head all the time, and then somebody says, want to come to a 2 or 3 day sprint with people who think of you as their boss, that you can't go get shit-faced with anymore because you might have to discuss their raise 2 weeks down the line, right? That's when I started picking up other hobbies. And then, yes, there is an element of friction with the community. This is also something we realized actually fairly quickly, because, of course, if you are delivering on a timeline for a commercial project, and you have people on the other end saying, well, you have to do it by then, or you're not going to get paid, and we have to roll this out, and it has to be aligned with other timelines, and so on, you start putting that pressure onto the community. You have to necessarily, because you have to deliver. And then you find yourself working with, you know, friends and people from the community who are not paid and not part of that project, and you sort of have to expect them to deliver to your timelines, right, and to your expectations. So Cornelius, right, was on the receiving end of that a few times. Ingo, same, right, where we were pushing our projects because we were proud of them, we wanted to deliver them, and we got paid for them, and then these guys had to review our shit, right, on their Sunday afternoons, which is not fun. And it's not a fun place to be, to have to ask people to do that, right? Unlike the people that work for you, you can't just tell them, can you review my patch, right? So that's not a great dynamic either. I think we handled that fairly well in those projects in terms of not trying to put too much pressure on people and so on, but because we were quite aware of it fairly quickly. But it is a concern and something to be aware of. I think the community very much has a right to not care about your commercial thing that's going on. And I think that's an important part of boundary setting on the part of the community, to stand up and say, you know, your urgency is not my Sunday afternoon. Like, I do not have to do this. This is your problem, not my problem. But then the paid people have to, in the end, deliver. And that also means taking shortcuts, because if the community does not want to cooperate for whatever reason, as is their right, you still have to deliver. And that means you might have to impact the quality of the code base, the quality of the collaboration. You might have to take negative consequences because your priority is to deliver on a commercial project that somebody is paying you to do. And that's an inherent conflict in these things that is not unsurmountable, but you have to be aware of. I'm trying to make you aware of it, at least. And so this is something I changed my mind on, actually. So how many of you think that if somebody contributes on a commercial project to an open source thing, that should happen upstream as much as possible and as quickly as possible? Yep, that's pretty much what everybody says. And I thought that, and I actually argued for that quite vehemently at the time. And our friend Bernhard Reiter from Innovation, actually already at the time, much wiser than we were, said, no, 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 we have to make a frozen long-term supported feature branch and release out of that and not merge it upstream. Okay. Okay. So can I do something about that? I mean, no. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay. No, no worries. I'll leave to whoever to fix that and carry on, I guess. Yeah, so Bernhard at that point already was arguing we should not merge this upstream, because we actually don't think the community necessarily cares about this, and maybe it's a net drag on the community to merge these features. So at this point, I'm fairly confident that it's probably better not to knee-jerk merge everything upstream right away, because you might have to have a discussion with the community whether the community wants to take on the long-term maintenance of these things, whether it's a net positive to the community to take on these things, or whether when the company maybe loses interest, the customer of the company loses interest, it should just die, right? There is stuff in KDE PIM, I'm fairly sure to this day, that we merged in because somebody paid us to do it, that is of absolutely zero use to any current user of KDE, and it's just a drag on the people currently maintaining KDE PIM. I apologize for that, I got it wrong. Because of this, right? Because I genuinely thought that we should capture all of the work that's getting paid to benefit from it in KDE as much as we can and push it upstream as much as we can. I genuinely believe that. I thought it was the right thing to do. I have to say, with 20 years of hindsight, I don't think that was the right thing to do. And I would do it differently now. Yeah, the freelance problem, that's a specific one. It's not so much, you know, company does work and you get for the company, but I know maybe some of you have had this thing where maybe somebody wanted to pay you freelance to do FOSS work. And again, the donut reaction is to say, oh my God, that's so awesome, I would do this for free anyway, so let's just give them a really low rate, so, you know, I get a little bit of money at least, that's better than getting no money, because I would do it for free anyway. And I would just want to caution you on that front and make sure that, you know, you consider these three things. If you do it for half the going rate, Not only does that mean somebody else doesn't get it and can't pay their rent, but you're also ruining the prices for everybody else. So in my mind, never do free software work for any less than market rates. And if you do that, you also feed what I now believe strongly is a false narrative that free and open source software is or should be cheaper. We have not done us a favor as a community by selling free software as the cheaper thing and the thing that will save you money versus buying something from Microsoft. If you use free and open source software, you get something more valuable. You get more rights, you get more freedoms, you get more influence, you get something better. You get more of everything, right? So why should you pay less? Because it's more work to do. It has more constraints on it. It's more difficult, it's more enduring, more sustaining, more sustainable. So I think that has not been a good argument, and I've made that argument to people. Say, if you use KDE in Linux, it's going to be cheaper, right? I think that's a mistake, and I wouldn't do it at this point anymore. And just for your own personal math, if your usual rate as a freelancer is, say, 80 euro, and I hope it is, and you're selling KDE hacking hours at 50, you're donating 30 euro an hour to KDE, which I love if you can afford that, but do the math, right? Can you genuinely afford that level of donation to KDE on a continuous basis? Because that's effectively what you're doing when you're reducing your rates. It still ends up in KDE, right, in the end, hopefully. Yeah, good point. If they sell it on for whatever, yes, but I mean, at least in terms of where the value gets created, right? Yeah. Yeah, he was saying if you're doing a rate difference, it's better to explicitly point it out. Agreed, that's the second best. I would argue do not have a rate difference. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this was depressing, eh? I felt it important to point out these things, but I'm trying, of course, to come up with some positive things also as part of this. So let's talk about more donut and less hole. So there is one way to do it, and that's what I would call the Linus way, which is you just become somebody that can do whatever the hell they want, right? Because you are the man. Unfortunately, that is sort of opposite of find another maintainer to replace you early, right? Because this leads you down the path of sort of, wah, you know, which is not good for projects and not good for your mental health either. So I don't recommend this unless you're Linus. Very few people have pulled this off successfully, but if you can, it's a good place to be, right? Then there is what I would call the James way, after my good friend and colleague James. James really likes working on flight gear. Flight gear is an open source flight simulator, and he does not work on flight gear for money, because he still likes hacking on flight gear after 30 years of doing full-time software development, because he can do whatever he wants on flight gear, right? So that might be a way. I know that several people in KDAP do that. They have moved their contributions to things where they just can do whatever they want, separate from their day job, and they still enjoy contributing to free software, just not the thing that they're being paid to do. I think that's a pretty good general idea. And then, thankfully, these days, we have what I would call the Nico way, after Nico back there. And I had something to do with that on both sides of this. So we are now in a position as KDE EV to start paying people to do development, which I think is a really good thing and something I've supported for quite a while. It took EV quite a while to get around to actually wanting to do that, but by now we are doing that, which I think is a very good thing. And this is a model that actually, at least in this case, I hope, Nico, you'll agree, works quite well, where some, 2 thumbs up, excellent. So Nico works for KDE EV under the direction and priority setting of KDE EV, nothing to do with his KDAP job, right? We actually, as a supporting member or whatever we are right now, patron, I don't know, we give some money to KDE EV, no strings attached, and then KDE EV employs some people to do some hacking, and they decide what they want to do with that time, right? And then separately, he still has a half-time job with us, where he does hopefully interesting and fun stuff on customer projects, usually, but not always, unrelated to KDE. We actually do the odd KDE and open source thing on that side also still. But there is a very clear boundary, right? And there is no direct relation between what I tell him to do on his day job and what he does on his KDE time. And that's the way it should be, I think. So I think that's actually a fairly decent model, because if you go, oh, I'll just work for KDE for the next 5 years, you are missing out on personal development opportunities, on seeing things out in the wild that would help you grow as a developer and so on. So I actually like this model a lot. Nico seems to like it also, so that's good. And then you could do the Till way, which is get hired to work on KDE, hire a bunch of your friends, become their boss, their ex-boss, their supplier, their competitor, their partner, start a business with a few of them, fail, start another business, fail again, start an office and a company, succeed, which is good, see some of them leave, be wildly successful, do other things, stay friends with some of them through it all, not all of them, sadly. So, just to close on a very, very positive note, this is me there in the Free Software Foundation t-shirt in the fetching yellow, is it yellow, orange? At Camp KDE in Jamaica, which is one of the cooler events that we did. Kind of sad we're not doing that sort of thing anymore as a community. Yeah, man. This was an event where this gentleman imported some things from Holland to Jamaica, shrink wrap, bought in a supermarket, ostensibly to show the Jamaicans how it's done. So if you want to hear that story, talk to yours. His nick at the time was Super Stone, so let the rest remain a mystery. Sorry, it's just too funny. So, but this was an excellent event. This is, by the way, where this tradition started of me doing all my presentations barefoot, because we were on the beach. The gentleman right behind me, that's Leo. Leo, I hired him at that event. He ended up working for KDAP for a number of years, left us to create a startup, sold the startup to Dropbox, and has been climbing in the mountains of Western America ever since. There have been similar success stories, so it has definitely not all been bad, the absolute opposite. All of my career is entirely built on the people I met in KDE. My boss hired me because of KDE. Most of the growth that we have seen in the last 20 years comes from these years of pushing stuff that we did because of KDE. So I cannot complain at all. I don't want this to sound whiny at all. But I did want to point out that there are some lessons that we've learned along that way, and maybe you can be aware of them as you go down, hopefully, a similarly successful path. So that's me on the right, doing the keynote at the Cute Brazil conference, wearing a suit, looking all professional. I can't complain. So in conclusion, if you offer to work on your passion project for money, do consider the trade-offs. Set very clear boundaries and don't undersell yourself. And if you're in a position to hire your friends, consider the consequences for yourself and for them, social consequences for the project, and so on. And then maybe do it anyway. Thank you. Any questions?
Sorry, I've been asking a lot of questions in all the meetings, but this is interesting to me because I think you're at the intersection of many people's passion projects versus industry and deliverables. Many companies rely heavily on open source and groups like ours to build some of this stuff. And I wonder sometimes if there are third-party players that influence you to influence the open source project in ways that are not good. And has that happened? Yes. What's been your response to that? And I mean, if you have an example, that'd be good. I think I'd love to hear some of the thinking that happens through that.
Yeah, so that has absolutely happened, and not even necessarily maliciously. It's just people who have other priorities, who have bosses that want things from them, and deadlines and deliverables and that sort of thing. Sometimes actually maliciously, not a lot, but sometimes. And I hope that my response has been, fuck you, in all cases. I cannot rule out that I have sort of been influenced by things in a way that were less obvious and therefore maybe put pressure on people without really realizing it. That is quite possible. but at least I've attempted to remain sort of clear there, because I have a boss who has very clear standards on that front and has always empowered us to do that. So I hope. I don't know if that has worked over a period of 20 years, but it's definitely an issue. And I think the only thing really that helps there is a very, very solid foundation in values of yourself and the company you work for. And that's why ultimately it depends on who you go work for, right? At least with Kalle, I know that if I tell a company to go fuck themselves, sorry, is this live? Then I know he will back me up, right? Because I know he would do the same. But that's why I work for that guy, right? So if you go work for enter Linux distribution here, I don't want to hit on anyone in particular, and you have your skip level boss, right? I don't know if they have the same backup to be able to empower you to say, no, we're not going to do that, because that would put pressure on my community collaborator and so on. So yeah, it's a thing.
Hey, I was curious about the, you were talking about upstreaming.
Yeah.
And that for 20 years ago, you felt very strongly about this, right? About upstreaming from company to the community. And now you said 20 years later, you would see it very, very differently.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you would be, I would love to just hear you expound on that as much as you want, as detailed as you want, of how you see it differently, what you've learned since you're part of something that's huge, you know, major FOSS project, and how,
I mean, I think, again, we caught this, because we had Bernhard in there, we caught it fairly early, and I think we prevented the worst sort of, you know, we didn't burden the community with the worst things, but we did burden it with some things, and that are still being dragged around and are still a cost to the community, right? And the community at the time was so happy to have people get paid to work on things that it didn't push back. Frankly, also because of another problem, because we had hired them all, so there was nobody to push back, right? That's the obvious issue, right? If you just overwhelm the community by your sheer force of numbers, there's nobody else to say, oh, actually, I don't think we should merge this weird exchange compatibility feature that nobody ever needs, right? So having strong governance and sort of strong institutionalized decision-making about what goes in and what doesn't go in, that doesn't just allow sort of voting with your feet. I think that helps a lot. Like if you have structures in place that say, if a controversial feature is going to be merged, we have some way of making a decision about that, because that also helps the commercial players to say, we cannot merge that upstream because the community does not want it, so therefore you have to keep paying us to do the maintenance of it. You can't get away with just expecting the community to keep paying for it, right? So that's actually, that boundary empowers both sides, because then as a provider, you have to say, and you will have to keep paying me for the next 10 years to maintain this, otherwise you cannot keep using it, right? Which is not what people do. They often say, well, you know, we paid you for this feature, it got merged upstream. Thanks very much. Hey, community, please maintain this forevermore, right? And that cost doesn't ever get really put back on the people who bought the feature in the first place, and sort of ends up being bedrock cost that all the communities carry around. And I think that's not a good thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to touch on exactly that, because I lately have been looking a bit at maintenance versus features. I mean, I think the maintenance of something is easily 10, 20 times what the initial feature development is. I mean, obviously there's a long term, but at some point things get rewritten anyway. But I mean, we see now a lot of governments in Europe talking about, you know, contributing to open source, and you see still a lot of people and companies and also governments then think like, oh, you know, if I want to adopt an open source project, I can just use it. And then, you know, if I need a bug fixed or if I need a feature, I pay for that bug fix or that feature.
Yeah.
And I think that's completely unsustainable and will basically kill any community project where this really happens at scale, exactly as you described.
I don't think we have a solution for this. Maybe the Linux distributions sort of have found a way to do this, but they don't directly make people pay for this either, right? They find other ways to provide value, and then they sort of hide the cost of the maintenance in whatever they're selling.
And
so
they
I don't
have
think
the
anybody
resources,
cleanly
honestly.
has been able to say, you need something. I mean, okay, don't want to get too political, but I personally think this should be paid for by governments. I think this should be, the European Union should pay baseline open source maintenance at scale. Okay, sorry, getting off the soapbox here, but yes, Nico?
Yeah, I think that in terms of the bug fixes, there's a lot, there is and will be a lot of things going on in terms of automation. And there's also, the state has also understood, or the state, if that exists, like if you look at what Sendis is doing and they become a platform, and what also OpenSUSE has been doing with the build service and all of that, becoming a platform also for automation and testing and all of that. So if you, I'm very convinced that this will be much more helpful and growing helpful over the next years in terms of that. And I think that this is more important for many official state users to have the bugs fixed and to have a sustainable system that they can rely on that will also work next year or after the next update. And I think that is something that we can trigger and tackle with automation and strategic decisions also in terms of what kind of how we set up our software development process. But maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know, I think fundamentally you can't automate away the basic business problem that nobody wants to pay for quality in software, right? That's really what it boils down to. And that's not even a problem just in FOSS, it's a problem generally in software. Nobody wants to pay what the software is actually worth. And that's, automation I don't think is gonna really put a dent in that, but we can debate that over beer. Any other questions?
Yeah. Speaking as the name saint of the Nico model, I'm not going to pretend that I invented it, because I'm pretty sure there have been similar models before me. But what I can say is, in this particular instance, I would say it does work very well. That doesn't mean there aren't challenges. Context switching between doing two jobs a day can be very challenging, and just juggling the two things in the head creates its own challenges. You can't just always say, the first 4 hours of my workday I do this, then I do that, because appointments and deadlines and such always create some confusion in the best plans. And it's also that sometimes, even when the work is fairly distinct, the lines between, in this case, KDAP and KDE can get rather blurry, which also doesn't necessarily help to make it easier either.
Plus you have the culture problem, right? If you switch maybe on the same day or every other day or so, it's really hard to remind yourself that you are not in an open source project anymore on one day, and also remind yourself that you can't just tell somebody to do something because you're now working in an open source project again the other day. So I appreciate that's a challenge still, but I'm happy it works for you.
That was a long walk. This is going to be a healthy day for you. Yeah, you said earlier government, and I do agree, government should probably pay for this, but I'm just afraid that it'll just turn a lot of money into meetings, to quote an Italian lawyer. And I mean, all the projects where government is building stuff, they have all grant money, temporary money, you know, short-term projects where they can deliver fancy features, and after that they shut it down because they're done. Like building and then maintaining products is just not something a government is any good at. That's indeed, I don't know, communities, and either sustained funding for communities, which I think is a hard sell.
It is, yeah.
I would much rather have government actually buy products like Red Hat, SUSE, or well, what we do and lots of other companies do, that they are then responsible for the maintenance.
Yes, so purchasing and so on is a huge issue that we'll talk about that over beer. But I think what I kind of liked is the idea of if a company like sadly he just left, but if a company like Daimler builds KDE technology into 8 million cars and makes a lot of money on it, there should be a sort of tax, right, where thankfully they are doing that. They become a patron of KDE, they pay every year, no strings attached. So that sort of model where if you are deriving value from something, you are at least strongly incentivized, maybe even fiscally incentivized through tax breaks or whatever, to sustainably fund the organizations that carry that weight. and not just pay for feature development on an ad hoc basis. I think we are starting to create that sort of culture, at least in some circles. But it works because you have Eike, right, in a position of power and decision making, who can drive that and convince an organization the size of Daimler that that is the worthwhile thing to do. And so as we all go out into industry and we start being graybeards with C's in their titles, maybe that will start to become more of a thing, right?
Earlier you mentioned that ideally such things should be funded by EU. Do you think that this could work for people who are not EU residents or nationals?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I said EU is because that happens to be my context and where I feel like the policy setting is for what I can influence, but absolutely, this is not a European Union problem.
If open source is presented as a very critical component, then it can be argued that only EU citizens should be working on this. It will be similar to, for example, a rocket industry in the US, because you need to be a US citizen to work in that industry. And because some people could argue, okay, what if there are some Russians, for example?
Yeah, that could be limiting, for sure. Don't know how to fix that, though.
Just a note that EU can fund people outside. I'm the example.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about sort of your opinion on money inflow versus community. You mentioned beforehand that the community should have a strong standing against particular commercial interests. And on the other hand, it's also good that work is getting paid, and with EV and Valve money or kind of stuff, contributing a lot of work towards KDE. Like, how do you think, what would your advice be for keeping a good balance between those different interests to make KDE remain this community-driven organization that it currently is, while also benefiting from investment?
Yeah, that's a super tricky one, and I wouldn't claim to have a solution for it. I mean, I know some things that haven't gone very well, as I was trying to present, but the thing that I think works best is KDE is actually fairly good at receiving money, right? It's set up fairly well, it has strong governance, it has strong values and so on, it protects its community members and so on. So I think we're not in a super bad place with respect to that. But decoupling the funding as much as possible from the direction setting and the timeline setting and all of that stuff is helpful. That makes it harder for the companies. But if you then in turn as a community can say, oh, we will release every 6 months, so as long as you make this date, it's going to be in, and if you don't make that date, then it's going to be in the next one. So like reliability, predictability of process and of governance is super helpful there, because then you can communicate those sorts of constraints to your customers and say, I cannot promise you it's going to be in by the end of the year, but I can promise you it's either this next release or the release after that, because we have a governance process and we can go through that process, and unless we did something really stupid, it will land, because there will be review capacity and all of that. So the more you can make that predictable for people paying for work, the better. And again, KDE, I think, does a fairly decent job at that already. Not all communities do, but I wouldn't pretend to have a best practice answer there for you.
Thank you, Till.
Thank you, Ingo.
Well, I did join your stream and yeah. All good.
Microphone has, yeah, you have to really hold it close. Yeah.
Well, that's for the stream. Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, I will be introducing you shortly, and I will place myself somewhere over there, and I might wave these at you, so that when he uses up, we are hopefully still have a couple of minutes for questions.
Sure. Yeah, cool.
What?
But
Yeah. When I was doing my talk in the other room a moment ago, because you can't, every time I was close to my mouth, I don't hear it. In there, the microphone, the speakers are on the back wall, not. So it's like, whoa. That's my voice. And it's loud. Let me get the microphone away again. Yeah. I feel a bit sad for whoever is going to do the video mix for that.
Let's hope for the best. We don't have any technician here, so.
We've been told so far that speakers can use the...
Maybe I'm wrong. Nobody ever did when I was here. So.
So, welcome everybody. We have, yesterday we heard about the small scale migration away from Windows, and today we are going to have something a bit larger, I think. So we have our speaker, Patrick Fitzgerald, who I will now pass on the microphone, and he will hopefully entertain us for the next half an hour or a little bit more.
This is the height of the entertainment right now. Thank you, everyone. My name is Patrick Fitzgerald. I'm squishing two talks into one. They ended up like this. That's better, okay. It's just squishing two talks into one. They were typically, I think, about 45 slides each, and now I've sort of cut them down to about 90 total, or something. So this is really about, there are two parts. The first part is about the politics. How do you get someone high up in IT leadership to admit that they need something like Linux to run on whatever system? And then actually, how do you actually get it done? So everyone says it's going to be the year of the Linux desktop, but it won't be. It's going to be just another year of the increased adoption of the Linux desktop, just like every other year. It's a slow growing phenomenon. And of course, I've given many talks about this. And yes, yet again, talking about the Linux desktop, but that's just a fraction of the e-waste that is coming from one bank in London. That's an entire floor of old equipment that they just basically dump stuff into the floor and they deal with it somehow later. You know, we already, I guess the thing is, all of us here already know what the technical solutions are. It's Linux. But getting to the point where people are installing it is obscured by politics, societal, community. Getting from that to something where we can reuse all that equipment is the goal. So who am I? Yep, I've got an embarrassing amount of experience in tech, and I've got experience in programming, x86 assembler, Forth, Object Pascal, Python, etc. And I've done lots of consulting for financial institutions, large and small. My company, iLayer, based in the UK, we've done some interesting work in the past. We set up our own cloud system in 2008, 2009, got a case study from IBM doing that. There's fully open source, no VMware or otherwise proprietary solutions involved. As a result of that, we got interest from Canonical to help them migrate 7,500 desktops for Allied Irish Bank, and we got a case study published for that as well. They were very happy with us. And actually, yeah, as a result of that previous work, I thought there's something in that. There's a way to do a migration. They had some scripts. I decided to turn it into some Python code and then into a Django site. And it was for the end of 7, so all those years ago. COVID, unfortunately, so I was getting funding for that, looking for venture capital, but unfortunately, COVID changed everything, dried up any investor interest, which was lukewarm anyway at the time because of a lot of reasons that we'll go through later. Now, I keep on saying soon to be open source, but now that there is more and more a growing amount of interest in how to moving from Windows 10 to Linux, I will open source a lot of this code. So enough about me. Hands up, anyone who's heard of something called Linux? Okay, thank you. You're now the expert, because I've met someone at a bar who's bemoaning the fact that he has to invest in Windows 10 hardware, and it's thousands and thousands of machines. And it's like, oh yeah, so I just met a Linux expert, you're it, go and talk to him about how you'd migrate. So you need to meet this guy, Horace, and he's the guy you have to convince.
Can we switch mics real quick?
Sure. He's the guy you need to convince. He might be the CTO, the CIO, you name it, just maybe a lowly manager. But you've got to convince him to say yes to the grand plan of moving stuff away from Windows 10. So he asked me, what's this Linux thing, and can I save money? So I just said, you're it. So you need to present to him, and we'll go through the things. All these are AI generated, by the way, so don't any resemblance to people in this room. It's just completely coincidental. So he has some challenges ahead. He's got limited budget. End of life is approaching for Windows 10. People are talking about the end of 10 initiative. Hopefully you might be able to convince him to do a trial. And he smiles nervously, as you can see, going, okay. But he then starts thinking, because you've been priming him with all this information of how great it is, that maybe tariffs are going to hit the cost of just about anything, including there might be software tariffs being introduced by Trump. There's this move towards national tech self-reliance. And also a big thing here is that the big name apps are moving to web-based products. So Microsoft 365. And a lot of people just don't even know now that they're using Microsoft 365 on a web platform as opposed to a local binary on their own machine. So he thinks, yeah, this could work. But then on the other hand, it'll never work, because he's got all these reasons not to move forward. Lack of vendor support. There's more on that later. There'll be resistance from the hardware vendors. Again, I'll cover that a little bit later. Resistance from IT management, and we've all heard the reasons why people don't want to go to Linux. Who's going to handle the first and second line support? But you've got all these things you've got in your plan, in your business plan to present to him. And if you don't, you have to. Because if you don't, these are the points where lots of efforts to migrate have failed, because you don't take into account these kind of issues. So, there is demand. These are some of the clippings I found about 3 months ago when I first started putting these presentations together. The press is absolutely full of this now. It could be my algorithm, I don't know. I guess we've all seen the same thing. It's a growing phenomenon. There's more people. But Horace has probably Googled this topic and come back with the same answer. But you've got to highlight the bits that he's probably already discovered and say, these are the things. Privacy, security, all these things are really important to your company. If they're not, and if you don't think they're important, you need to ask your CEO why, and explain it to him why it's not that important. It really is a whole new world. Users will learn to love the speed and reliability and the lack of reboots especially. And who here has migrated a friend or a colleague from Windows to Linux? Anyone? Okay, fantastic, awesome. How many of you, apart from the initial usage or getting people used to it, do they call you every second day and say, what you've installed on my machine is crap? Anyone? Has anyone had that experience? Whereas if you're the same person who does the technical support for other friends who are using Windows, of course, you get all those kind of comments about Windows, in my experience anyway. So people do have a better time running Linux than they do running Windows. And of course, there's another scenario. Extra points for who knows what this meme is. Anyone? No? It's Taco or Trump always chickens out when it comes to tariffs. So it's an unpredictable world. He's making it that way. There are other leaders, so-called leaders around the world that are making things even worse. These are, again, the things you need to worry about and start planning for. Digital sovereignty is a big one, more important than ever. So it's all about the use case. How do you actually, how do you migrate 20,000 systems or even 100 systems? And it all does boil down to what the use case provides and is requires. Some people might want Linux desktop with GNOME or KDE. The distributions, do you want to go for a European-based distribution or a US-based one? And there are political risks in doing any of these things. And how do you make all the applications work? So the goal is essentially rolling out with 100% functionality on day one. But of course, that's for a user group that's very simple. You want minimal user training. It will, though, depend on 100% functionality if you've picked the right group of users that you can migrate to. And what the goal isn't, it's not a desktop war, unfortunately, because I'm in KDE. It's not a distribution war. It's not anything like that. It's all about, and it's certainly not about rolling your own distribution for the customer, because that way eventually it's going to end up a complete nightmare, and you're not going to have vendor support. You have the people who rolled that distribution leave the company, and then it'll get abandoned and it will fail. And lots of migrations have failed exactly that way. And by doing that, you lose the advantages of the size of the community that we're all a part of. So the larger the environment, the greater the team separation, and therefore it becomes simultaneously more difficult to manage because there are bigger teams that are in separate environments. And for example, with Allied Irish Bank, we had HCL, an Indian outsourcer, who are managing the desktops. Irish Telecom were managing the networking. Servers were being managed by Wipro, and AD and authentication services were being managed internally, which meant what we would be doing or what you will be doing in a migration is touching every single one of those teams. Getting them all into the same room is a task, because they've all got their own different priorities and they try not to interact with each other as much as possible. So that's something to remember. But there are different models that we'll be looking at now. So less than 100 systems, quite simple. More than 100, then there's opportunities for a lot more opportunities for automation and things like that. But so let's look at the economics. 1,000 systems. These are kind of extremely generous numbers, not massaged very much. You're looking at a minimum cost for 1,000 Windows systems to be replaced to Windows 11 of about 700K. And they're extremely rough numbers. It doesn't, it's involving a contract, set of contractors to do the work, because always the IT people are too busy. And it adds up quite quickly. And of course, Horace absolutely hates it because he doesn't want to spend that much money. He's got other priorities. He wants to spend money on other things. So you say, oh, how about using a free OS? No. A free OS is not the answer. Because those 700K number buys security and in a manner of speaking. And again, we've got many technical solutions, but they need to be applied to the correct problem. So get the hell out of his office. It's all about risk. And I keep talking, okay. So it's like driving a car. You should be insured. You pay for that insurance. In case of the accident, the insurance company pays. Otherwise, you are bankrupted. And this is the kind of system, this is kind of the background you need to think about in business. Business manages risk by paying people to take it away, which is why Microsoft are so popular. And it's also why SUSE and Ubuntu and Red Hat are also popular, because they've got all the existing mechanisms for insurance and certification in place. So let's think of something where we can replace it with replace the Windows desktops with Linux, and use an automated system, work out some sort of support fee, and we'll look at, let's say 40. I think it's 40 euros per machine, and it ends up being 10% of the cost of doing a physical move to different machines. That is an interesting number, and it wasn't massaged, it just came out that way based on very, very generic numbers. Yes? 12 months is what I'd imagine. 12 months. And for the duration of the license. Yeah. This is just rough numbers, something I've put together, and something that I've also used some of the work I've done with SUSE and with Red Hat as to something that might be a reasonable number. But that was several years ago. They've probably got different ideas now. So an example opportunity, I mean, 1%. So there's 54 million public service employees in the EU. If you get 1% of that, you could save €500 million. But if you then were to migrate, assuming that there's no Linux on any desktop in the EU, if you were to match the global penetration of Linux desktop inside the EU, you're saving 2.7 billion, which is pretty awesome amount of number, a big number. And that's just basically matching inside the EU with what the penetration of the desktop is in the outside world. So even 1% of a lot is still a lot. So then you need to start talking about support. How are you going to do that? There's different ways. Internal team tasks might not necessarily change much, because I'll be looking at printers and replacing faulty equipment, changing printers and all that kind of stuff. A Linux vendor would support only the critical kernel issues and just maybe the desktop and Wayland bootable, no apps. The Linux vendors, so as far as I know, and I've spoken to, they are not interested in supporting the desktop. So you have to come to some sort of deal where they go support the Wayland or X and no apps, and everything else you do is above that in the stack. So a reseller would have to be involved, a community would have to be involved. So then there's this Linux support license that I was discussing before. You'd split it between the various parties. Would pay for, at some point, pay for some liability insurance on certified desktops. Otherwise, end users would be, or companies would be on their own. Something like the Geeko Foundation, which I started a couple of years ago, which is all about attracting money to the OpenSUSE group movement. We could take on some of that insurance risk if that was a possibility. So, you know, give me less money, said no manager ever. So what department head ever wanted any less budget? And the thing is that you will actually require less money to do the same thing with Linux. In our experience, and it was a very limited experience with Allied Irish Bank, it was 7,500 desktops spread across a bank footprint of, I think, 160 branches. We never went to one single branch ever. We're managing those 7,500 systems with roughly 2.5 people. If you're looking at Windows teams, support teams, they typically, if they're doing things really badly, it's about 30 desktops per Windows engineer. If they're doing something really well, if they're super good, it'll be 100 to 150 desktops per Windows engineer. So there's going to be a massive change in the culture of the support organization. But then you don't obviously say that to Horace, because he's going to go, well, you say, well, we could reuse that money and your personnel and do more productive things. But bottom line, be prepared and have the best possible story to tell when you're talking to Horace about these facts. You have to do a brief consulting engagement. Formulate a focused plan of what you need to extract from that engagement. Just don't walk in and go, oh, well, what do you want? You need to do things like get a big one is discover all the desktop hardware, because that's going to pay. That will give you a good indication of whether or not you want to even be involved in that migration or not. And then determine a good user group to do the initial tests on. So that group would be people are using the low-hanging fruit, browser-based Java, Node, RDP, etc. As I said before, customers, okay, 10, okay. Customers are increasingly unaware that those apps are even cloud-based. So we've got the OS, we've got, there's more to be done, but assuming we've done all those things, so the other thing is, if you've got a machine like that, if your customer's got those kind of machines, gaming machines, just walk away, because you'll spend more time trying to work out how to manage them than actually managing them, in my experience again. Make sure they're systems with enterprise firmware, enterprise class machines. These machines are built to a standard, not to a price point. So they're designed to be maintainable and remotely manageable. And they're not designed to be maintainable, not tweakable. Start building your ISO and embedding certain automation components in it to enable swift and hands-free deployment. Things like AutoYast and Kickstart. You build those scripts and run them during the install time. You can use something called Kiwi, which is part of the OpenSUSE umbrella, so to speak. It runs the Open Build service in the background, and you can get most of the way by using this to get an ISO that will just do what you need it to do. Also, don't put the flesh in the etc. scale. All these things that I don't have time to talk about now, but these are the things that you'll need to put in place. If you've never heard of etc. scale, it's something that when there's a new user created on your system, it just inherits everything in that folder. So you're pre-populating things onto that new user. Now, Active Directory is your friend. There's a temptation to replace it, but you don't because you will need it. It's the central directory of everything that you need. Do you want to do backup? Well, that's up to you and your customer. So if you get to 1 to 25 desktops, it's a small company, you could do it the old way, USB stick, put an ISO on it. You know the rest. We've done that, and that's kind of appropriate for 10 to up to 25 users. Put it, instead of using a USB stick, put it on a USB hard disk. So you can then run a script that will back up everything in the /users folder to that, and then copy it back when your installation is complete. This is a grey box, everyone, but it's also a KVM over IP box that has enough memory or flash RAM on it to contain an ISO, installation ISO. And I was running this from India last weekend, and you could do an installation just by mounting the ISO and do that, and do the installation remotely. Why would you want to use that? You could just post one of these or 10 of them to your customer and just say, put one of these in the back of your machine, we'll do the installation, and then when you're done, pass it on to the next person, and you don't need to visit that site at all, which is just something that we've just started using. Past 100 desktops gets more challenging. I've probably got, 5 minutes left? Okay. So automation is a big one. You can't do that scale of installation without a significant amount of automation. And it's more work initially to build the images and build the scripts to make it all happen. But once you start doing it, it makes all the difference. And you want to be able to install and join the Windows, install the machine, join it to the Windows domain as a native member, and it will preserve the workstation name and its security identifier, which makes life a lot easier, trust me. So this is what we've done. We connect Active Directory to a management migration database. We manually boot workstations using the F12 or whatever the remote boots key is. It loads a memory resident audit program, reports the hardware back to our database, and then reboots back into Windows. We can do that overnight or at the end of the day. But that then ties Active Directory to the records in our management database as to what's what and where it is. Then we get sort of into some interesting ways to do this. I'm not sure if it's clear enough, but each one of those folders on the right-hand side could contain a different image of Linux. So, for example, you might have a call center at the top left, and that's a particular image that you fine-tuned to make it possible to just do 1 or 2 web apps, and that's it, nothing else. It's kind of like what we're doing with Allied Irish Bank. They ran 1 app plus printing, and that was all they did. So you drag one of those machines into the call center thing, and it becomes a call center PC the next time it boots. It does the installation, and then it reboots and rejoins the domain as itself, and becomes the operating system that you've defined for the call center. Pull it out, put it somewhere else, and it becomes that image. Which kind of does make anything possible, because you've suddenly got complete control of the hardware. You have the flexibility to move between operating system images and even functions. So you could just boot to a browser without a login script and have your have whatever the app is at the front end of the browser. That could be your login, and that could be, like, for example, my webmail. You could just log on to your webmail as a web client. You could boot to a Java app. You could boot directly to a RDP app. So you could actually make the Windows machine that you just migrated to Linux could actually look like a Windows machine after it's migrated, because it'll boot to an RDP front end. Loads of other different opportunities. It is limited by your imagination, really. For example, that's something I was thinking about the other day. You could have two sessions running simultaneously. One of them could be local, like the Linux desktop on the bottom, and it could be an RDP thing on Control-Alt-F1 for the Windows 10 environment. Again, it's whatever you want it to do, because you've got control of the hardware all of a sudden, and you can do whatever you like with it. With Allied Irish Bank, whenever we had a machine failure, we would just pull one machine out of stock, it'd get sent up, and they would press F12 to boot it, and it would become the banking image, and it would just be a brand new machine. And that's it. I mean, anytime there was a system issue or some sort of corruption, again, it's F12, it refreshes itself, reloads itself, and it becomes, again, itself in the grand scheme of things. And if you get past the first few groups trials, you'll start to gain ground. And I believe that the organisation will then start getting behind the initiative if you get some key people involved. And they might then start modifying their own purchasing behaviour to start buying Linux or web-based, web-compatible apps. So once you get first, so I'd be saying, get the simple groups done first, start moving to more complex environments where there's probably a mixture of applications, but you need to find the replacements. And each group, you might need to build a separate image for the job. Make sure you're doing automatic installations and just minimizing any opportunities for user complaints. In the first instance, your first set of trials, spend as much time with the users as possible, and try and gain an understanding of what their feelings are for the new environment. And of course now we've done all that, and Horace is happy. And we've got all those fantastic things that come automatically from Linux. It's low cost. It doesn't need to replace all the machines. There's no junking of thousands of systems in the back room because apparently they won't work with Windows. And it will, and therefore it will environmentally it's a better way to do it. So happiness, of course, is a happy Horace. With Linux on the desktop, Linux on his desktop, and he feels free at last. And thank you very much.
We just have a few minutes for a quick question or two, and I have Tobias running around with a microphone if anybody wants to ask anything. Apparently you were crystal clear and everybody understood all of it. Or it was just too much to take in. So yeah, thank you very much. And and to the The rest of you, in 6 or 7 minutes, we will be back here with Minding the Big Picture, Opportunity from Chaos by Nate Graham, or in the other room, Neil Gompa will talk about Fedora KDE Plasma Desktop Edition. Now what?
Eins, zwei, ha. 1, 2, ha. Ha, hey.
conservative, not politically conservative, conservative as in keep things going the way they are. So that can make it a little bit difficult for people like us who think that we want to do things better, who think that we have a better way of doing computing. Now let's go and imagine that things are bad. Instead, everything's totally different. Stuff is terrible, people are unhappy, we're all uncomfortable, and we're all in pain, everything's on fire, everything's really, really, really bad. And you know, that's not great, we don't want that. On the other hand, there's a silver lining to the cloud of everything being bad, which is change suddenly looks a lot less risky. When things are already bad, people think, well, you know, we're already bad, we might as well try something else to see what works. So the barrier to entry, the barrier to change falls quite a bit. And this is something that is, I would posit, quite relevant to KDE. So now, how are we doing? How is this world that we're inhabiting? I would suggest, in a lot of ways, things aren't great right now. It depends on the country that you live in. In my country, things are not looking super duper amazing. To maybe undersell things a little bit, you can look at the country that you live in, but this seems to be a bit of a worldwide phenomenon. A lot of things that were previously stable are no longer stable. Things are unstable, things are bad. And this is a time of great change. We are not in a time of complacent conservatism anymore. But here's the thing. All of us here are not only citizens of the world, but we're members of this awesome community called KDE, and KDE is actually thriving. KDE is doing great. You've heard from a lot of different people at this conference already about the state of KDE. We're growing in terms of popularity. We're growing in terms of quality. We've got deployments going on throughout the world. KDE EV as an organization is getting huge amounts of donations. People really like what's going on. So there's sort of a contrast there between, I'm going to move the pointer over here so it doesn't annoy people. I know it's annoying me. There's a big contrast between the world and KDE. So that's kind of interesting, isn't it? So the thesis of this talk is that when there's chaos, there's opportunity for change that wasn't necessarily there before, and that KDE can potentially take advantage of this. Because in that chaos, there are some trends that actually look pretty good for KDE. We have unprecedented skepticism of big tech. In all of those worrying nationalistic trends, we've got European governments and even the EU being more interested than ever before in moving away from foreign tech and onshoring with European solutions. KDE, of course, counts as that. There's increasing skepticism of cloud-native solutions where you just put your data on somebody else's computer. We've got AI everywhere, but an increasing backlash against that. Windows 11 has not been super duper popular. We're already seeing that KDE has this campaign to encourage people to not move to it, especially if your hardware is too old. And there are more public funding opportunities. So this all looks pretty good for KDE in a lot of ways. So let's paint a picture about what it might look like if KDE is able to take advantage of all these opportunities. Some of these topics are near and dear to my heart. Some of these might be for you as well. But one thing that I think is quite possible is that we get Plasma pre-installed on a lot more computers, so people can adopt it more easily. It means that we get more large deployments, like the type that Patrick was talking about earlier. Not deployments of one person helping another person switch their personal laptop or a little local hacker group, but 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 machines being migrated all at once. Huge, huge, huge opportunity there. And if we get both of those factors, if we have more hardware pre-installed and we have large deployments going on, I think it's quite possible that KDE ends with a very high market share, significant one, maybe even something like 15%. Now 15% is not 100%, but 15% I would argue, is the point at which you have to be taken seriously. For most of Apple's history, Mac OS has had a market share of under 12%. Apple was still a major player in the market. They still had lots of third-party developers developing software for them, and that was with a very small market share. Right now, the worldwide Linux market share is, I think we've seen numbers at about 5% or so. It's not quite above that threshold, but 15% market share, especially if it's KDE, we're taken seriously. All sorts of things become unlocked. And with that, it means anybody who wants a job working on KDE can probably find one, because there's big money when there's big opportunities and big deployments. And ultimately that means that people like us can continue to do what we love doing in some capacity. So that looks great, right? The world sucks, but KDE is awesome. But it's not all amazing, because we have to be ready for this opportunity. This is an opportunity. It's not something that is always there. It's not something that's just always in the background. It's something that's happening right now as a result of world events. And when things are bad and stuff is on fire and people want to fix it so that they can stop experiencing pain, people who are leaders and decision makers in all sorts of fields, they go and they start looking for solutions, or they task their lieutenants with bringing them options so that they can try to choose between them. And one of the amazing things about KDE is that we have a lot of solutions. We've been here for almost 30 years, building things that people can rely on, that institutions and corporations and nonprofits and schools can rely on. We have a lot of the things that they're looking for already. We've got this stuff. It's really cool. But our solutions need to be ready from a technical perspective, from some other perspectives. Otherwise, we get passed over. So I want to explore a little bit what, in my opinion, ready looks like for our software. I think there are a series of doors that you need to open, or that at least can't be locked. And the first one is that people need to know about it. If they don't know about it, it can't be evaluated. Should be pretty obvious. The next one is, once people know about it, they can't be immediately turned off by how it's presented. It can't be ugly, it can't be amateurish, it can't seem like it's some sort of hobbyist garage thing. Then once people's curiosity has been piqued, it needs to be easy to get, to try out, to evaluate. That's important too. During the evaluation phase, it needs to actually do what people want it to do. It needs to be suitable for the purpose. It needs to be adaptable for the goals. And then after that, you get to a lot of the very, very businessy topics that were talked about in an earlier presentation, things like support opportunities, things like total cost of ownership, economic arguments, impressing decision makers, things like that. So these are the doors that we need to make sure are not locked to KDE and KDE's software. I'm going to go through how I think Plasma is doing from this perspective. KDE has a lot of products. We have Plasma, we have, I think, 180-something apps. We have developer frameworks, we have lots of things, but Plasma is a product that I work quite a lot on, so I'm going to explore it from that perspective. And again, this is just my opinion. Maybe you think it's way better or way worse, but this is how I think Plasma is doing from that perspective. So let's go into Plasma's awareness. We have seen before that Plasma is doing really well on awareness from a sort of groundswell community perspective. Lots of nerds know about Plasma. That's all of us, as well as lots of other people. We have great word of mouth. Plasma is doing pretty well there. On the other hand, we sometimes struggle to break out of that bubble. We have solutions that work really well for a lot of people, but sometimes it's difficult for them to know about them. And we don't do a lot of what I think I would call conventional advertising. We do guerrilla advertising and marketing, but we don't take out full-page ads, in magazines, except for very recently. Apparently, we started doing this with KDE Eco and the End of 10 project, which is amazing. But maybe we need to do more of that, right? We've got, we don't do billboards. We don't do all sorts of traditional advertising, essentially. Next up, we've got presentability. I would argue Plasma is already perfectly sufficient here. It looks professional. It seems professional. It looks good. People like screenshots that they see. It has a nice website that demonstrates the product. Again, this doesn't mean it's perfect, but I think from this perspective, it's not bad enough to get rejected immediately. So I think that's okay. In terms of ease of access, this I think is a little bit more challenging. If you go to kde.org and look at Plasma, we don't have an easy download here button. The story's a little complicated. And we do have pre-installation on some devices from vendors, some big, some small, but this is limited. You know, if I go to Dell, there's like maybe 1 model, 0 models, it changes per year. Lenovo has a couple random models. A lot of the big enterprise ones don't really have these as options. And I think that's a problem when it comes to ease of access. Then we get to whether the product is suitable for people's purposes. In general, I think Plasma is doing pretty well here. Plasma has always been a very featureful desktop environment. We've got almost 30 years of those features behind us. Works pretty well. It's easy to use. It's got lots and lots of features. It's easy to adapt to your use case, which I think is also important. We often think of customization as something for, you know, people who are obsessed with tweaking or want to get a specific look, but this also is important for institutional and enterprise use cases too, because people need to make the product work for exactly their specific use case, and we've got that. On the reliability angle, Plasma has been getting better, for sure. There's a little bit more we can do there. It's not the best, it's not the worst, but I think there's opportunities that can be exploited there. Next, we've got things like total cost of ownership and support. We already saw in an earlier presentation that with some eyeballed numbers, it's possible that a Linux deployment in enterprise could be as little as 10% of the ultimate cost of replacing a bunch of machines with Windows 11 and then supporting that on an ongoing basis. So there's a definite economic argument to be made there. There's also support which needs to be done. There are indeed companies in KDE's orbit that offer commercial support. Several are represented at this very conference. Others can be created. So this is also something that exists and is not necessarily a blocker, in my opinion. And of course, the fact that the code is open and these companies exist means that companies can have it tailored to their needs. If a company says, here's something that we need for Plasma that isn't necessarily there, they can actually pay to have the product adapted, which is an advantage that doesn't exist with a lot of proprietary software that just comes off the shelf the way it is. And if it's going to be adapted, it's going to take a very long time. It's going to be super custom, really expensive, or it's going to need to be a third-party thing. We have advantages here. We really do. So I think Plasma has a lot of strengths, and strengths are great, but I'm kind of negative, so let's focus on the weak points, and then let's fix those things so that we can make it even better. Here's where I think Plasma struggles. Interestingly enough, it's not in a lot of the really substantive stuff. It works, it's presentable, it's got a lot of the support infrastructure, but we have trouble with the very first door. A lot of people don't even know about it. We know about it. People on Reddit know about it. People in and adjacent to our bubble know about the glory of Plasma and KDE, but we're unknown outside of that. We're not a household name. We're not even a corporate name. We're barely even an industry name. We find that we go to trade shows and conferences, and even people in the tech industry who you would expect to be somewhat familiar with open source and with KDE, they've never heard of us. They've never heard of Plasma. It's a problem. Easy to get is also something that we sometimes struggle with. We've got a fragmented story here about how you get it, and some parts of this can be good because we've got a lot of commercially supported operating systems out there which work great if you want to forge a relationship with those companies and the companies in their orbit. But if you want to forge a relationship with KDE directly, it's a bit of a more complicated story, and complicated stories mean more difficult to accept. So I think there are ways that we can streamline that, and that will be important. But here's the thing. We're doing really well on the stuff that matters, because once you actually start using KDE software, once you start using Plasma, you love it. You love it forever. And I have some quotes here that I took from donations that we got recently These are really nice. I'm just going to read these real fast because I think it deserves to be said, because all of us have done excellent work. The first one says, Plasma has made my switch to Linux an absolute joy. I could go on and on about how much I love the customization, look, and feel. Instead, please take this donation as my most sincere thanks for everything you do. Kindest regards, Harry. Thank you, Harry. Thank you so much for your incredible work over the years. If I get rich while dailying KDE software, I'll increase the amount. That's nice. Let's hope this person gets rich and they can contribute more than €5. €5 is great, but let's make that 5 million euros. That would be super cool. Next, I use Plasma on all my computers. It is essential for me and a huge part of my life at this point, and I thank all the maintainers greatly. So this is a sampling of how people feel about the work that we've done. The work that we've done is incredible. With mostly volunteers and a small amount of sponsored development, we've created products that rival those of literal trillion-dollar corporations. The fact that we're even having this discussion and comparing our work to theirs is a tribute to how incredible this work is. So I want you all to give yourself a round of applause real fast, because it's super great. You all did this. People really do love us. And as it says, I cherry-picked these. But it wasn't hard, because nobody donates and then leaves a negative message, so there weren't those. Notice I stacked the deck by looking at donation messages and not Phoronix comments. But, you know, I'm allowed to. It's my presentation. So if you accept my thesis that Plasma's big problems are lack of awareness and lack of ease of adoption, those are some big picture topics, and I think there are some to-dos that we can think about for how we can make this story better. So let's go through those. I think there are a couple things that are very important to addressing this. The first one is to advertise what we've got outside of our bubble. Some of this can be traditional advertisement, some of this can be going to trade shows and directly engaging with decision makers and people who are looking at solutions for the problems that they have. But somehow we need to be bolder about telling the world what we've created, because it's amazing. I think we need to do a little bit of it to make it easier to get, to make that a simpler story. Maybe it's not an impossible story, but it's not a bulletproof, obvious, completely simple story. And I think that's important too. There are other topics when it comes to large corporate deployments and sponsored deployments and institutional deployments. There are often legal requirements that have to be met. One that we've seen from the EU is around accessibility. We need to make sure that we're keeping abreast of those things so that our solutions can be considered and don't get rejected immediately because we don't tick every box, or because we tick fewer boxes than others if nobody ticks all the boxes. So that's important. And we need to make Plasma friendlier for pre-installation so that vendors who are getting tired of Windows are able to take our offering and use it without a huge amount of drama and headache. I think that's important. If we think that these are important, there are some things from this perspective that I think we can count as a little bit less important. I'm not saying these are bad to do or that they're unuseful topics, but from the perspective of getting Plasma more widely deployed, I think these are things we don't have to focus on as much. We talk a lot about aesthetics. I think we all care about this, but Plasma looks pretty good. It's not bad. I don't think we need a ton more features either. I mean, there's always individual things when especially customers want stuff, but Plasma is very featureful. We don't need to redesign the website every 6 months. We don't. That's good. I don't think we need to start doing that. I don't think that's helpful. Customizability is something we're already very strong on. We have customizability for individuals. We also have customizability for deployments, for vendors. This is a strong suit of ours. We can keep it. And maybe here's another one. KDE does a lot of really good guerrilla marketing right now. We have a good way of reaching people, you know, with memes and through social media and stuff. This is super great, and we're already doing a great job at it. I think it's time for us to move into the big leagues and communicate with people in other ways too. So if these things are important, we should be working on them. And I'd like to tie some things together here, because these are topics that KDE has been working on for a while. Some of these are sponsored by KDE EV. Some of these are volunteer-driven, some of these are externally supported. But these are broad topics that all, when taken together, address those things. We've got a promo team that promotes KDE, and the promo team has massively stepped up their attendance to external events. If you read the KDE annual report for the year 2024, you'll see that we went to like 5 times as many external events last year than we did in previous years, because we want to be reaching people who we haven't been reaching before. It's really important. We've been doing public workshops. The grant that we have for the end of 10 work and the nachhaltige software for nachhaltige hardware, it's part of that. That's why we're doing that. And then there's also maybe a silly thing, but we've worked really hard to make Plasma YouTuber friendly, and we have a lot of YouTube reviews these days. It's silly, but these are ways to reach massive numbers of people. I mean, tons of people don't have traditional TV service. They get their entertainment online, and there are channels that have hundreds of thousands or millions of subscribers. And when we can be presented favorably there, it gets disseminated super duper widely. This is very important. On the ease of adoption side, it's why there's been work on creating a next generation KDE operating system, KDE Linux. We heard about that yesterday. It's why KDE EV has been sponsoring work on the out-of-box experience so that it's easier to get stuff on hardware and get it pre-installed on hardware. It's why we've been also sponsoring work on accessibility, very important topic. And it's why we've also been sponsoring work to get stuff working better on fancy hardware. A lot of this investment comes from outside too, especially from vendors who care about that hardware. So it's all kind of coming together, basically. But all of these big pictures are made up of a bunch of small details. Now, I know we all love details here. We are super obsessed with details. But all I'm saying here is that we need to make sure that the details we focus on are advancing the big pictures that we care about. This is the big picture that I care about, so I like it when people focus on these details. You are welcome to focus on whatever details you want that advances your big picture, but never forget that there is a big picture. No matter what it is we're working on, that big picture is what matters. And if we're working on details that don't advance the big picture of our choosing, I won't say we're wasting our time, but it's time that we're not going to be able to get back if we decide that we want to work on a different thing. Time is ultimately the only resource we cannot get back at all. There's a limited amount of it that we have, so I think it's important for us to be spending it on the things that we find to be really important. Let's get a little bit detailed here. Here's some examples. So from this perspective, a big picture thing to focus on is who we can enable to use our software if we implement stuff, and which third-party developers are we empowering to use our ecosystem if we do this. Those are really important topics for this. Less important is tweaking the code to have a more consistent variable style, right? I'm sure it looks nicer, but this doesn't move the needle. I'm also going to pick on designers a little bit here. Changing the margins, tiny bit, doesn't help. Probably looks better, doesn't help from this perspective. And here's the thing. This window of opportunity that we have right now will close. Right now, it seems like a lot of things in the world are on fire, but it won't always be this way because humans find this situation intolerable. A lot of things that are really bad in human history have relatively short durations because we don't like it when stuff is like this. Eventually, we're going to return to a world of normalcy where there is a new normal. And the question is whether that new normal is going to include a heck of a lot of KDE and Linux, or whether we're just going to go back to boring old Windows. I would like us to take advantage of this window of opportunity that we've got right now so that we can really advance what it is that we want to advance. In addition to that, there are other reasons why I think we should do this. The big one is it's good for you. You will be happier if you work on important things. It's fun. It's motivating. And we've heard a lot about negative feedback earlier today, but also working on important things gets us positive feedback. And a lot of times the positive feedback can outweigh the negative feedback. You know, when one person says, it's ugly, you suck, but another person says, this has made a measurable impact on my life and that of 200 people who rely on this. That's the kind of thing that you'll hear when you're working on things that are genuinely important. And ultimately, that leads to less chance of burnout. You feel like your life's work has meaning. This is also good for KDE. because it means that KDE as a community gets more contributors, and they have more jobs. It means that KDE has more money in the form of donations, more money in the form of corporations sponsoring work, and hopefully, as Till alluded to, maintenance on work. It means grant money from the EU, from other agencies, and money helps us all continue to do what we're doing. And ultimately, that leads to more impact. It means KDE gets to do more cool things. It's also good for the world. I think that's why we're here. We're here because we believe that our work has an impact on the world that we live in, and we believe that humans on this earth have the right to halfway decent computers. I believe that. I think that's really important. And I think that more people should be able to use what we make because it's really excellent. And this is especially true in a world where it's increasingly obvious that our proprietary competition is predatory. They don't care about their users. They don't care about their employees and developers. They care about maximizing shareholder returns. And you know, I don't think, if I look at the people in this room, I don't think that's really the North Star for a lot of people here. At least I know it's not mine. So KDE can make huge gains in this world. And I know other people have felt this too, but it feels to me like KDE is right on the cusp of something big happening. We've been doing this work for a really long time as a multi-generational community, and I think we've got the chance to break out in a way that the world is providing an opportunity for. Because I think we're ready. We already know that our software is used by millions of people. We know this for a fact. It's probably even tens of millions. I would say it's maybe not even controversial that it's tens of millions. It might even be hundreds of millions. We don't know because we're nice and we don't spy on our users, but we know it's a lot of people because they like it. And that means that what we do matters. It makes a big deal here. It means that KDE is important in the world. Each one of us can have an outsized influence on making the world a better place. And that's why we're here. So I would encourage people to ask themselves, when there's an urgent need for better software, is mine ready? That's the big picture. And these are the things that we can evaluate ourselves on. Do people know that my amazing software exists? Does it look good enough to avoid being rejected? Can people get it? And does it work for them? Those are the things from the technical perspective. There's lots more, but that's the technical perspective. So thank you for everybody. Ready for questions, if anybody has any.
You seem very optimistic, so I have something that worries me, so let's see if you can make that worry disappear.
I hope so.
Regarding ease of adoption, I'm a bit worried that Copilot-like computers with Snapdragon chips will be very hard to port Linux to, and there's work that has to be done to every single device. So in the future, it will be nowhere as easy to install Linux on your machine, and you will have to buy certain kinds of laptops that support Linux out of the box. And I think that would greatly damage us. Am I wrong there?
It's a really great question. And from a certain perspective, you're absolutely right. These new ARM laptops have all the problems of every ARM device, which is that they're little unicorns that need to be babied in their own garden. And ultimately, I think this solution needs to come in the form of pre-installation. If we have companies that want to adopt Plasma on their devices, they'll do the work. They will say, well, here we have this hardware, and we have this operating system, this Linux-based operating system. What are the blockers to us shipping it? And that's how that will happen. Like in the end, I think we've all become very accustomed to taking hardware and wiping the OS and putting an OS of our choice on it. That's not going to get us to a high market share. I think we have to rely a little bit more on the institutions to take initiative, which means that we have to appeal to them. We have to make them want to do this work so that they do it.
Yes, I agree with you. So something your talk reminded me of was a book I read 20 years ago, actually. And it was in a context of marketing KDE. How can we approach that? What's the theory behind it? The book is called Crossing the Chasm, and it's about technology adoption. Which are the steps you have to take, and where are the chasms that you have to cross? Which rivers do you have to cross? And what comes with these things? And I think we're either at the first or the second one. Not sure which. The second one is around 13.5%, and the first one is at like 5%. Regardless, I think there is two groups which form a really big opportunity for us. One, institutions. The pain is just too high right now. And another one which is really important is, I think, gamers. Because those are not free software people. This is a completely different crowd from us. They are enthusiastic, they are willing to experiment with things, and there is one thing which is really important to them: how fast can my game run? And
yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So if we can tell them, if you spend half a day installing Linux of whatever flavor, your Fortnite will run 25 frames faster.
For sure.
They'll be doing it.
Mhm.
They don't care. And
Yeah.
this is the crowd that we need to catch. And I completely agree that YouTubers are a very important target group for us. Second thought is he was talking about can we actually get people to install our product on a Copilot PC? I don't think it matters at all. Because if there are people which want our software, there will be hardware vendors installing it. We already have them. I don't think for a gamer a Copilot PC laptop is really interesting. They'll be buying, I don't know, the Steam machine or something like that. So I don't get hung up on this AI thing. We don't need to be the first one on general purpose computers.
Yeah, I think
we need to find our niche.
I think there's a chicken-egg problem there, and once you get past a certain market share, I think you're absolutely right that people suddenly start caring about you, and it's up to us to get ourselves up that cliff so that we pass that level.
I will reject your idea that the design doesn't matter, but
I'm not saying it doesn't matter.
No, I got
think
you.
It's great.
I'm messing with you. So I have a question. This is, I don't know, call me crazy if you guys want, but I've always thought that, like, in human terms, the barrier to entry is huge when it comes to adopting kind of a derivative product of Linux. And because for anything that you do, you have to install that system. And maybe, yeah, you can install some of our applications without a Linux base, but it's mostly through that. And I was wondering if we had a way, for example, that one click runs an executable file on a Windows machine that, you know, installs our system, KDE Linux, for example, without the need to download or partition your system, and use some kind of embedded VM manager there that can very quickly get people into seeing the system and then deciding whether they want to, like, put it on the hard drive, like on a separate partition. I'm thinking, like, could we get to something like that where we just don't think about the technical commitment that most people need to make to achieve this?
So I think that's possible. I saw on Reddit somebody had actually built a proof of concept of this recently, so it seems like it's actually possible. The really cool thing about this window of opportunity we have right now is that I think that specific thing, which is an excellent idea, is less important now. Because we're in a situation where people are already experiencing enough pain that even if what we've got has still a little bit of pain. If it's less pain, it's better pain, right? So when everything's good, we have to convince people that adoption is zero cost. When everything's already on fire and they've already got costs imposed upon them by the rest of the world, we just need to make sure we're below that cost level so that we're competitive there, right? We should absolutely do that. I think so. But right now, I think it's important that we'd be less painful than everybody else.
Okay, I have a little bit different thing here. I've always wanted to have a Linux machine at work, and I have always had to fight with IT that I actually get to use the Linux machine in the network. Now in my current company, in my work machine, I have to install an application called my iTunes. It's a little spy application that checks your computer, checks that you have the hard disk encrypted, checks that you have secure on, and it checks all kinds of stuff. I have a feeling that in the Linux world we haven't really paid attention to the needs of the big corporations and the big fleets.
Yeah.
So the fleet management of thousands of PCs, that's something that we lack in the Linux community totally, not just KDE. But what other kind of barriers like this do you see that we have for major deployments in big companies? Because that is a very big share of the desktops today.
It is, for sure. We heard a little bit about that from the talk just before mine. Patrick talked about some custom solutions that can be made there. Maybe there's a case to be made for all of these companies and communities standardizing on tools and working on the same thing, because I agree with you that that's very important for that use case.
Okay, I just have one question. So you said about more awareness, right? And also, for example, present at external events. And I've been thinking about this a lot because in the free software and Linux desktop community, like we're making awesome technologies and building software, but often it's not getting really used outside our community, and because there's just not the awareness for it there.
Yep.
And at the same time also, like outside of the free software community, there are cool technologies, and I mean, they often have a lot more money also to build cool technologies. So, but we don't really use them, or because also we are not aware. Like there's a kind of missing link between, like everyone is kind of working on their own only, and present at external events, I feel like is one of really good ways to solve that, but it's kind of hard also. Like, what kind of opportunities do you see there? Like funding people to go to some other tech conferences, or I don't know, like what do you think?
Well, this is where I think the diversity of the KDE community is really important, right? Because we have some people in this room who are paid to work on KDE software. There are a lot of people in this room who work on something else. And by virtue of working outside of our bubble, all of you in that situation are seeing what it's like out there in the rest of the world, and seeing what the needs are, and seeing who's missing what we're doing, who has no idea what it is. And so I think the best ambassadors to be figuring out where that need is are people who have a foot in both worlds, who are KDE contributors, but who also do work and live outside of the KDE community so that they can help to bridge that gap. I think that's where the information can come from, because I certainly don't have that information. I have no idea. I'm completely clueless. So all of you who know what it's like out there in the rest of that world can help to make that possible. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Nate, for giving us a bit of inspiration for the big picture. In a not too far future, we will have a session in the other room about artists and Wayland, and in here we will have a series of quick talks about the communication, about commit messages, about Plasma Mobile and funding. And yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
Hello, it's me again. You've probably been wondering why I've been having this whip up here for the entire Academy. Well, it's for this moment, the moment we've been waiting for. Several moments, actually. Welcome to the lightning talks of Academy. We have several presenters coming up next, each one with about 10 minutes. Yep, 10 minutes each. And yeah, very quick, brief lightning talks. We'll try and go through them very quickly. Our time together at Academy for Sunday is coming to an end. After this, we start winding things down, do the closing ceremonies, the sponsors, and so on. So, the rules are very simple. If you go over time, I think that's very clear. So our first presenter, our first presenter, Say What Now? Communication Theory for Software Developers by Nicholas. Go.
We need to talk. We need to talk about our Lord and Savior CMake. No, just kidding. We need to talk about the concept of talking. Because as people in KDE, people in a community, just humans living in a society, we communicate all the time. Sometimes that's face-to-face. Sometimes that's in text, email, chat. Sometimes it's non-verbally. But all of it is important for the jobs and for the things that we do in KDE. And as it turns out, these so-called soft skills can actually be pretty hard sometimes. So raise your hands if you had ever a formal course on theoretical computer science. That's about what I expected. Probably all of us that studied computer science at some point had a course on theoretical computer science. And for good reason, because it gives us some interesting insights into how computation works, and we can derive practical applications from that. How many of you have had a formal course on the theory of communication? That's a lot more than I expected. But it's also something that can give us very valuable insights into reality and give us a vocabulary to describe and talk about things. So, disclaimer here, I'm a computer scientist. I'm not an expert on communication, but here's the little bit that I have to present to you about communication. One way to look at communication is from an information theory point of view. That's mostly a mathematical view on transmitting bits and pieces of information. It was established mostly in the 40s by people like Claude Shannon and a bunch of others. And the key concept there is entropy. I'm not going to go into much detail there, but it gives interesting insights, like it explains why computers work with bits of 2, so zeros and 1, and not 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, for example. There's many practical applications there for things like efficiently communicating, compressing data, and so on. But it doesn't really focus on the social aspects of communication, so I'm not going to get into that today. There's, of course, cultural aspects of communication. Communication and communication styles vary between cultures a lot. One sort of axis how you can divide things is by direct versus indirect communication. Direct communication cultures, which you find, for example, in Germany, where we are and I am from, in the US, and generally most of Europe. People tend to just directly say what they think and want. And people are generally not afraid of, for example, admitting that they don't know something or telling people no. Versus in indirect communication cultures, which you mostly find, for example, in many Asian countries, people don't tend to do that as often, and instead things are communicated more indirectly. People wouldn't tell you no to your face and would give you some sort of workaround or excuse for it, and the other person is supposed to pick that up between the lines. Now, I want to stress that neither of those approaches is wrong. It's just that communicating across communication cultures can be very challenging if you're not used to communicating with the other side in that way. But the main thing I want to get into today is different models and theoretical models of communication. There's a bunch of them. There's, for example, the sender-receiver model, the iceberg model, the transaction analysis, the organon model, the 5 axioms of communication, and the 4 ears model. Each of them is different but equally valid. I can't get into all of them, so I just want to give you a peek into the 4 ears model of communication. It's called 4 ears or 4 sides model because there's 4 aspects of it. So you have 2 involved parties. You have a sender, you have a receiver. And when the sender and the receiver communicate, so when the sender says something, they are actually transmitting 4 different things. One of them is factual information. For example, if we look at something that might happen in a code review, if the reviewer says, this is a memory leak, they are conveying the factual information that this snippet of code leaks memory, and you forgot to free the allocated memory somehow. It also includes a component of self-revelation. In this case, not super interesting perhaps, but you're telling the other person, I know that I have identified a leak and I'm telling that to you. It says something about the relationship between the sender and the receiver. For example, if we take the statement of there's a leak here, I as the reviewer I'm conveying that I trust that you know what to do in this context. If I don't do that, I would maybe need to add some more context to the statement, like, please do this and this to clean up the memory. But if I don't that, I'm implicitly conveying that I trust you know what to do about it. And then there's the appeal component, where I, as the sender or the reviewer, want the other person to do something. And in that case, that could be something like, go fix the memory leak. Different example, if the reviewer in code review says, good job, thumbs up, the factual information is that the job was good. Self-revelation could be something like, I like how the code was written, how the patch was done. Relationship could mean something like, I like the way you are working, I would like to see more of that, which goes into the appeal. Appeal could be, keep doing this, more of that, and generally, good job, keep doing that. Now, the problem is, a lot of this is implicit and not spoken, and misunderstandings about any of these aspects and misinterpretation can lead to miscommunication. Which leads us to our conclusion. A lot of communication is implicit. The iceberg model basically says that just like an iceberg, where with an iceberg, most of the ice is underwater and you can't see it, most of the communication is implicit. And misinterpreting leads to miscommunication. So as a piece of advice I can give you, be mindful that this can happen and try to identify and recognize when it happens, and then you can work towards resolving that. And while doing that, be mindful and be aware that there are differences in how people communicate, both on a personal level and a cultural level, and use that to also help recognize and avoid miscommunication. Thanks.
Very good. You had 50 seconds remaining. Okay, so our next person coming up here is, this guy, David Edmondson. Who could be? With the art of a commit message, a good commit message, to be specific.
And being specific is part of a good commit message.
Yes. You have 10 minutes. Go.
You all suck at commit messages. I mean, not a good opening line, but your tone of your opening line sets how everything else is going to be. And your commit message sets a tone for your rest of your merge request. By the end of reading a description, I already know if some version of this patch is going to land or any version of this patch is going to be rejected forever. Your commit message is more important than the code itself, or at least as important. And we do use the commit messages. Like 20 years later, you might still be looking at commit messages that people do now. So commit's got 3 parts: your subject, your body, and project-specific nonsense. So your subject should be short. So there's sometimes confusion of which way round to write something. Do you say fix to build for BSD or fix to build for BSD? And there's a rule that I copied from other people. And if you come up with a phrase, once merged, this commit will, and then the title of your subject, that's the way to do it. So once merged, this commit will fix a build for BSD. It's called an imperative mood, apparently, if you know grammar. I don't understand grammar, so going through this mechanism works for me. If I'm not sure, I use this mechanism. But that's not the important part. Bodies are obviously very important. So, explain why not. Commit messages and the titles are very important. So, we'll go for an example. Right, I've got this patch in kbooglyboo. And you can all read what this patch is doing. Instead of returning a distance, it's returning an absolute version of the distance. Is this patch right? Maybe. Is this patch wrong? Maybe. I've got no idea. But to get to this patch, somebody probably spent 4 hours adding QDebugs through hundreds of lines of code to get to this. Right? They would have spent ages on this to work out what line I need to change. And I then have to go through all of their thought process again, doing the same debugs. So, but what happens is people submit a merge request that says, in short of value returned is always positive. I know that. It's absolutely terrible. And in this case, sorry, absolutely means it's still terrible, not it's a positive. So a good example, it would say a goal of kbooglyboo is to show an effect of how far a mouse is from a hotspot corner on right to left language, the origin is swapped, but still guaranteed to be in a corner. Right? Now, I would read this, and I might have some alternative ways of how I should approach this patch, but I know what mindset they were thinking and what questions to ask them, and I can do something productive with it, rather than just being, okay, brilliant, thanks for making it positive. So, a good template. If you're doing a fix, explain why that old code needs changing. Don't explain what your new code does. Your new code explains what your new code does. Explain why old code is wrong. Similarly, for a new feature, explain why it's beneficial to your project, not what it does. And if you ever find yourself removing code, try and explain why it was there to begin with, and therefore why it's obsolete. Other things to put in there, if there's known side effects, put them in, like new dependencies, or a behavioral change that might affect other people, or even if you think it won't affect other people, but you know it's a behavioral change, and you're just hoping it's not going to cause any issues, mention it, explain your assertions and why you think that way, and then other people know what things they should be checking. Telling other people what things they need to check is useful. KDE, we have to say there are some project-specific hooks. We say bug, colon, and then a number. This link has all of our special keywords. And please squash and rebase your commits, because if you don't squash and rebase your commits, what you're saying is, my time's more important than the reviewer's time. It's worth doing this to make people not hate you. And if you're not sure, use a GUI. I use a GUI for all my Git stuff, because you can't see a bit as cropped, but you see all of your changes you've made, and you can say, I want to put some of these in this commit, press a button, and then put the other ones in the next commit. And there's nothing wrong with using a GUI to do things, because GUIs are great. We spend all our days writing GUIs, but then people just type git commit -a, and it's rubbish. The end. Happy? Are you happy now?
You have 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. All right. We'll keep going through these, a little slower pace. At the end, we'll just have a longer break before the sponsors talk when the other room is wrapping up. So up next now, we have Bhushan with Plasma Mobile Power Management. And yes, the mic. As a note, the speakers, something screwy with them, but the stream is sounding fine, so sorry it sounds like that. Maybe listen online. Bhushan.
Hello. Okay, so I'm going to talk about Plasma Mobile Power Management, and it's one of the aspects that I worked on. And sorry, there seems to be some echo, or is it me? Okay. So let's talk about like traditional power saving that you had so far on desktop or laptop. So on the desktop, it's a pretty simple. If you are not using it, you would just turn it off, or if you are, you might just turn off the screen. And since it was AC powered, you have the continuous stream of the power supply. It would work just fine. For the laptop, it's slightly different in that terms, like you have the occasional suspend, which lasts for a longer time, let's say 4 to 5 hours or something like that. And it's mostly used for overnight power saving, or if you are commuting, for example, like if you are going from your office to your home, you would turn off your laptop lid and you would just go back home and then open it again or something like that. On the laptop, you don't have any persistent connections, like persistent connections or something that keeps running, like you don't have the timed action to take, more on this later. And compared to mobile, you would still have a huge and bulky batteries. They were capable of storing more power. But for mobile, it's not that exactly how it works. So you have that time spent in the suspend is generally much, much shorter. Because, like, let's say I'm saying it's the morning hours, but basically during your day-to-day life, it would spend about 50 to 20 minutes in the suspend, and it would wake up and do something. User may or may not be doing something with that. And every minute of the power saving is useful because batteries are small, and yeah, you want to save as much as power because you are going to, mobile is basically mobile. You don't want to carry around the power brick or AC power with you everywhere. And the important thing is, like, you will have the persistent internet as well as the telephony network connection in your phone. And this will require you to periodically wake up your device. So you might receive some call, or you might receive some notifications, and this will require the wake up, like you will require this device to wake up. And again, same thing, like the batteries are much smaller, like you will have this tiny batteries, and it will not store that much of power. In the kernel itself, there is lots of infrastructure for this, like S2 idle, runtime suspend, CPU idle. And the point is, like, we are not really making use of all of this infrastructure that is available in the kernel, in the Plasma. And some of my work was to make use of it. Over the last few months, I've been working on some stuff, and some of it is merged, some of it is not yet. So we fixed the alarm timer support on the Moose. So, like, essentially, if your device is asleep and if you have set the wake-up alarm, it would actually wake up and ring alarm. I also worked on patch to add support for identifying the wake-up sources. So, like, let's say if your device is resuming from the suspend, but then what exact component was responsible for that wake-up? There is an infrastructure in the kernel, so PowerDevil can essentially identify the wake-up source. So let's say if it is coming from the wireless and there is a notification, but that notification is not shown, needs to be shown to users, and you don't need to actually turn on the display, and you can just process it. This type of support was added to PowerDevil. And we also fixed the our push notification distributor to not break after the suspend resume cycle, thanks to Volker. We also fixed the modem device waking up very randomly. Like if your device is in a suspend, it would wake it up like very, very fast enough, and you would basically not get all the benefits of the suspend. There was also some fixes about rotation sensors polling the rotation events even when your device was in the pocket. And if you are walking, it's actually quite a lot. Like if you are walking, your device keeps rotating. And we also added thanks to Florian, we also added support for proximity sensors. So like if your device is in the pocket, it would not turn on, like the display would not turn on, and you would not end up with the hot pocket situation. +1, so what is the next? So we want to add support for Wake on Wireless LAN and IPA. So it's a kernel mechanism for waking up for the push notifications and as such stuff. And if those two technologies are not supported, then we want to also do the periodical wake-ups. So like wake up every 15 minutes or 10 minutes and check for push notification and then go back to sleep. So this type of support, as well as the runtime support. So basically, if you are not making use of some peripherals, it should be suspended. Like there should be no power applied to those devices, and you can save quite a lot of power there. This was the work that we are planning next, or like I'm planning next, and special thanks to the NLNet Foundation, and this project was funded through NGI Zero Core Fund, and I think you must have already heard about this NLNet funding, so thanks to them. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Here, take this microphone. Thank you. You had 3 minutes remaining, so good job. Our next speaker then is going to be John Baptiste with Funding and Growing, KDE Live Experiences and Perspectives.
Yeah, thanks. So it's working? Yeah. So I'm Jean-Baptiste Mardel, I'm the maintainer of KDE Live, and this won't be a technical talk. The idea was to do a quick recap of the, last three years of what happened in KDE Live. So 3 years ago, we decided to start a fundraising. This was the first time that we tried to get some money for KDE Live. And the goals for this fundraising was first to get a healthier life for the maintainer, so for me, and to break outside of our bubble and to make the development faster. So I'm really happy to say that both goals were reached during this fundraising. So I was able to work less in my other job and dedicate more time to KDE Live. And we also were able to involve some external developers with the money to speed up the development. So this is a very exciting result for this fundraising. So now I want to get a little bit in the details of what happened. So this is just a quick chart of the downloads that we have on the website, on the Flatpak. And you see that we now get almost 1 million downloads per release, which is really great. And it's steadily it's steadily growing, so we are really happy about that. And the usage stats, it shows that the Windows user base is growing. So it's now about 60% of our users are on Windows, and we are not even on the Windows Store. So I think that this is a step that we will take hopefully in the next months, or maybe a few months. So we probably have a large margin to increase our Windows user base. And now, so regarding the fundraising status, so we were able to collect a lot of money in the first times, but we see that we also now spend the money, so we don't have that much left. But yeah, as I was told, money is done to be spent, so things are going well. The funds were used mostly to fund my work, but you can see also that 20% of the money was used for other developers. So this was the way that we were able to implement new features like Open Timeline I/O. We found someone from the community who was able to implement this to allow exchanging the project files with other proprietary apps and refactoring of the audio waveform. So this was a very positive experience. It was the first time that we hired, well, it's not a contract, but we interviewed people. We found very nice people in the, very nice people that helped us to work on this feature. And it was a very positive experience from our point of view, because I was in the first place very reluctant to involve money in the project, but yeah, in the end, everything was very nice, very fine, so it's very positive. And then, yes, we're trying to improve because the project is growing, our user base is growing, and we have to manage all this. So we try to go also talk with other actors, and it was really interesting. For example, we had a call with a laptop manufacturer, and to help advertise KDN Live. And they said, oh yeah, sure, we can display your promo video during our events. And then we realized we don't even have a promo video. So yeah, KDN Live KDN Live is almost 20 years old. It's a video editor, and we didn't really have a promo video until, so when we realized this, we quickly made it. But yeah, it's sometimes things, some very obvious things. It's nice to talk to people outside to realize stuff. So we have to work on, we also want to talk to the Blender Foundation to get advice on how to manage things. So it gives us some good tips on how to work on our branding and our weakness. So to expand our user base, as I told, we have the possibility to get on the Windows App Store. We also want to explore the possibility to get in touch with art schools. Some of them were interested to try KDN Live. So this is also, I think, a very great opportunity that could that could help us get more known. And yeah, I showed before the fund charts, and I am also very happy that we were able to have a grant from NLNet NGI 0 European funds to help the development of KDN Live. So that's also a very, very nice achievement. And we will probably launch a new fundraising campaign soon. Yeah, so that's it. Thanks.
Very good. You had 3 minutes remaining. Okay, so that was, unfortunately, I have to put this down. That was our lightning talks for today for Akademy. Coming up next, we've got quite a bit of a break, about 15, 16 minutes or so, until these sponsors talks starting at 6 p.m. And then after that, the awards and closing. So if you want, you can catch the last 5 minutes of Next Door, Bridging the Gap Artists in Wayland with Joshua Goins. Otherwise, we can vibe for 15 minutes and see you in a bit. Hello. Hi. Welcome back. It's the last time I say hello to you until tomorrow morning. Probably, hopefully. I know. You're all dying to get me off the stage. So we have a person who will say a lot more things about me, things that are more things than me, that are arguably more valuable than anything I've ever said, because money. Aleix.
Yeah, well, sponsors our money, our energy, many things. Thank you very much for sponsoring us. We want to thank them so much that we every year try to give them some time to explain what they do and yeah, why they do it, why they are part of Akademy. So first, Volker, can you come with us and let me find your slides here. High five.
Hello. Well, since I'm the first sponsor to talk, I might just as well start with saying what a wonderful academy it has been again. It's been really great to be here. It's my third academy, I think, after Barcelona and Würzburg. Great to be here, also with a whole bunch of people from the Qt group this year, both because we have, of course, an office here in Berlin and also because a couple of us enjoyed the travel down. So yeah, Qt Group, you might have heard of some of the things that we are doing. We are building the Qt framework and the tooling around it, of course. We are the stewards of the Qt open source project. I'm the chief maintainer of the Qt open source project. And we also have a business unit that focuses on quality assurance tools. Squish, for example, Exivian. If you're using Qt in some commercial projects, for instance, these might be interesting tools for you to look at. So yes, but in this context, we are of course primarily interested in how you in the KDE community are using Qt, what you like about it, what you don't like about it. So we have a couple of sessions tomorrow in the, no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Emilia still here. If you haven't had a chance yet to talk to her about the Qt Academy, that's the one with the C Academy. So learning material, university collaboration, etc. There is a chance tomorrow to talk to her in the room upstairs somewhere. On Tuesday, we have a whole bunch of Qt sessions in room 1. One of the sessions is missing. Jan, I don't know where you are. You also put up a session tomorrow, on Tuesday, to talk about packaging of Qt and KDE and private APIs. But otherwise, we have Benedikte and Mohammad, who want to learn or share with you what we have done on accessibility improvements in Qt, and want to hear from you what could be done better as application developers, and generally how accessibility in the KDE desktop is something that we can do better integration with. Then we have Ricard somewhere in the room, perhaps, who will talk about our approach to unified styling, very similar in many ways to what Arian has presented yesterday on the Unity project. I will bust a couple of myths about the often mentioned QRange model. Very interested to hear what you are thinking there in terms of, is this the C++ backend for Qt bridges and so forth? So join me there if you want to hear more about it. Hartem will talk about animated vector graphics in the afternoon, and then Fabian and I will be very happy to host an Ask Us Anything session. Anything that you would like to know about what we do with Qt, where we go, and so forth, just general open discussion. Yes, and then last but not least, of course, if there is anything that you find interesting in what we are doing, working on Qt is of course always a possibility. We are right now not having a lot of engineering or otherwise relevant positions open on our career framework or our career webpage, but you can keep your eyes open for a couple of roles in community management and in development relationship situations. And also, if you have anybody here in the room that loves CMake other than Nicolas, we know that Nicolas loves CMake. If anybody is a big CMake fanboy, there will be positions open soon, I think, in our Berlin R&D site. All right, that's us. Thank you very much again for having us here.
Thank you very much, Volker. Now, Till will tell us all about KDAB.
No, I will not tell you all about KDAB. Hi, I'm Till with KDAB. I'd just like to thank you all. KDE is the community that we come from. It's been a big part of our success. There are several people here who work with KDAB, who have worked with KDAB in the past. Hopefully some of you will work with KDAB in the future. And we're very thankful and happy to be able to support Akademy, as we usually do. Really, the only thing I wanted to point you to is, well, you can go to our website if you want to, of course, and learn all about KDAB. But the main thing I wanted to point you to is a YouTube channel that we've been building, doing fairly well. First of all, it might be interesting for you to watch the content there, but maybe more importantly, if you have interesting stuff, projects, hacks, tools, things that you want to talk about, we're quite happy to use that platform to show off KDE stuff. We've done a quite nice, I think, series with a couple of KDE projects already, and if you're interested in getting some exposure, KDE Live, we might be able to give you some visibility out there with Qt and C++ developers. All right, thanks for the Academy so far. Enjoy the rest of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is it working? Yes. Whoop. OpenSUSE. OpenSUSE, tell us. No?
It's on? It's on? It's on? Okay. Cool. Yeah. So I'm here from OpenSUSE. I want to thank all the sponsors as well, and all the organizers, and everyone who gave a talk. Just a couple things for OpenSUSE, just to go over real quick to give you all an update. We're going to be getting a new welcome package. I guess I left me out. But with that, we're going to be retiring some legacy Qt 5 code, and we're going to be bringing on a new welcome package that is going to be specific to desktop environments. This is good because it's going to give the Gear frameworks and Plasma blogs that are out there a little bit more exposure directly. So I thought it'd be good to update you all about that. We also have a Grace Hopper. NVIDIA sort of put it in OBS. So if any of you are interested in the ARM V9, this is like a super chip, and it's meant for mostly like AI and then HPC. So if you're interested in that, I thought I'd bring it to your attention because there's a lot of different developers here, and they might want to do that. And then sort of this going into the fall here, the push for the project really is Leap 16, and that's going to be coming out in October. A few things about it. I mentioned the welcome package. I put the E on this one. Good. But we're going to have we have a new installer, so it's a Gamma, and you'll see that. I know, I believe Red Hat and Fedora, they're working on a new installer as well. We do have a new migration tool, so for those who are going to be going from 15 to 16, that's available. There's also some other things to come. And then one key thing, if I can remember, I'm getting old. Yeah, I forgot it. All right. Have a great rest of the week at Academy. It's always a pleasure to be here, and look forward to seeing you all next time.
Thank you very much.
I got to go.
Use the one that works. I don't know anymore.
I don't know. You tell me. Yep. Hi, everyone. So I'm Kevin Otens. I'm one of those persons who gravitate around the KDE community for the past 20 or so years. I also have a day job, so I work for Enyuka Haute Couture. We're a small consultancy. We do development, and we're basically polyglots, so we're talking different type of languages, and we're working with different stacks. And from time to time, we get the chance to do stuff with KDE, which we like very much because we like that community particularly. We also do coaching and trainings. And talking about trainings, we like you so much. We're basically offering 2 KDE-related trainings that we run only at Akademy for people who want to know and get into the stack, or want to know and get into KDE frameworks and what they can use to build their apps. That will be one in the morning and the second one in the afternoon. So applications in the morning and the KDE stack all the way to how it integrates with Plasma in the afternoon. And of course, if you don't mind speaking French and eating cheese in France, you can come and talk to me. We're hiring, obviously.
Thank you very much, Nyoka, for being part of Akademy. And also, they couldn't be here this year for health reasons, but thank you also, Canonical, for and Ubuntu for sponsoring Akademy. And the same goes for Framework, first time Akademy sponsors. Thank you very much. Yes, and thanks to all of the sponsors. It's great to have you on. But now we're gonna proceed to give away the Akademy Awards. Who's on? I have a slide deck here.
Everybody's seeing your computer, so.
Well, it should be fine. Hold it.
I'm holding it. Hello, Nico's gonna start.
I'm gonna start. Once Alej pulls up the slides. Yes. All right. I guess all of us in KDE are here because we do like a fancy UI. But the most fancy UI we can do as application developers is useless if we can't get that to the screen. So we need to somehow get our pixels to the screen, and we want them fast, plentiful, and in the right color. And for that to be the case, we have a lot of people who work on that. In particular here, we want to honor two of them, that being Vlad Rodny and Xaver Hugel for their work on Quinn and Wayland. All right, next award. Some people very deeply care about a particular project and work on that for years all the time, polishing every little bit. And those people are immensely valuable to have as maintainers. But there's also people who have a bit of a wider view across the community and work on all sorts of different projects, improving them each at a time and tendering towards some of the shared building blocks and tools that allows everybody to enjoy great software. And today we want to honor somebody who has put a lot of time into doing exactly that kind of work. So the next Akademy Award goes to Alexander Lunow for his work on frameworks, Clazy and KRunner.
Yeah, thank you all. I'm quite surprised, a bit speechless, but my brain is organizing. Yeah, it is great to be a part of the community, and I'll be happy to further be a part of it. I also spoke to Ivan today, and I'll also be the official maintainer of Clazy to push this project even further. And hopefully now, after my lightning talk also, you can utilize it in all your projects and benefit from it. Thank you very much. And
Okay. Nico has decided to do it so good that I'm going to do it so much worse now. I have not prepared this, so apologies. Okay, so we have 2 awards more to go. Might be you, it might not be you. Who knows? Okay, so last year, nah, I'm not going to do any speech. So I'm just going to go to the next slide, and we will clap very loudly for Alan Winter for many years on work of KDE team and many areas of KDE. Congratulations. And there's 1 more to go. So, yeah, we're all here and we're all happy, right? The microphone doesn't work very well, but it will not be an academy if there was some small things to improve, right? We always can strive to be better. And obviously, it's nice to be here, so we're going to give an award to Karen Darwater and the whole Academy team. So, please, this is obviously shared, right? Everybody else.
Thank you. Okay. I can only take so much, guys. No, seriously, thank you for reading the emails, but it wasn't just me. There are so many people behind Academy, like Joseph and Fareed and Dina and Annika and Paul and Tobias, and so many people were behind this that made this happen. And so everyone just please give a big round of applause for the entire team, because just because I'm in the emails, I'm not the only person doing this.
Okay. So that's it for the awards.
Sorry. I'm going to make it double. Well, I need 1 to operate the machinery. So, as Academy is coming to an end, first I'm going to go through a little bit of admin to make sure that everybody knows how to continue enjoying Academy. The presentations part of our conference is ending, but not the whole conference for sure. First things I was asked to show you is there's a survey. Imagining that it's going to be also on the Matrix chat, but you can also find a QR here. Yeah, the idea is that we're going to ask you how you liked Academy. And besides saying you really liked it, you can also say what you didn't like, so we know what to improve for next year. And as I say next year, I am reminded that we're looking for locations. So if you are thinking of organizing something like this, well, that's your call. While you take the... What? Was it? I didn't mean it as a joke, but I am always happy when people laugh. Either way, as you take the picture of the QR code, I'm going to remind you that we have a social event this evening. It's at the CBase. You can find more information on the website. It starts at 8. You need to go to the registration desk and get some tickets there. I guess that they can be exchanged for more interesting goods once you are at the venue. But it needs to be done here, so make sure you do that. Then we're going to have a day trip on Wednesday. Well, you need to be sure that you're registered, and there's also more information on the website. We're also going to have a Linux install event on Thursday. We're still looking for volunteers. If you're interested in, well, bringing all of the joy that we create to more people, well, namely artists, designers, illustrator, developers, and between parentheses it says Python, and gamers, well, you get to do that on Thursday. Consider doing that. Joseph is the contact here. Make sure you contact him and say that you want to help. And you're going to need a USB, but this is probably something you can figure out with Joseph on the spot. We're going to put the Academy Awards somewhere displayed. You get to sign them, because the idea is that, well, people get these things, but like it's too white. We don't like it white. Then it ends up in their backgrounds when people have calls about even more KDE things, because actually getting an award means like you get to do more work for more time. So at least when we see it at the background of the calls, we will see it together with all of the love you gave them. Yes. Tomorrow we're gonna start having buffs. For those of you who don't know what a buff is effectively a meeting with these beautiful people, but where you're gonna be discussing, well, more specific topics. You can find more information on the website about what are the specific topics at any given moment. This is gonna start on the second floor at 10 a.m. But Enioka and Kevin are nice enough to also be offering a training where they're gonna, well, he already explained it, and I'm sure that you were listening very well, but like they're gonna tell you all about how to do the KDE stuff that some of us take for granted right now, but it's very, very nice to know and control. This is gonna happen at 9 a.m., so you need to wake up a little bit earlier, but it's definitely worth it. Third floor, 3. These are the things I wanted to tell you. I think that it's been a very good, yeah. People like to, when they see an emoji. I'm happy I used this one, actually. There's a rocket one, that would be weird. I think it's been a very nice academy. Something I was thinking earlier is like, we're getting very, very good at making presentations. I remember the first years, presentations were much worse, I would say. So yeah, thanks a lot for taking all of the attention that these presentations require. I think that we all had a very good time, and we're gonna continue having a good time today at Seabase and over the week during those buffs. Make sure you make the best use of it. Thank you very much, and see you around.